2 of the 3rd. Finally done with that stupid ass movie. Motherfucker was like a 3. And I'm about to start watching Interstellar. But I've been out here for a while, so I'm just probably only going to get to about first 10, 15 minutes. But this is a good ass movie, so most likely I ain't going to do a whole lot of talking while I'm watching this shit. But I just want to say one more thing, man. I don't fuck with the church. Never have. I mean, I had up until I was 8. I used to go with my grandma in Chicago, but after I was 8, I ain't really had time for all that fucking Holy Ghost and all that shit. But we need more reverends like Reverend William Barber. Man, that dude could preach. I ain't no religious motherfucker, but I listen to that dude because he preaches for the people. Not just the culture. He preaches for all poor people. That's a good man. And you know who else we need? Jeremiah Wright. Fucking black people, man. You motherfucking dumped that man because Obama did. But Jeremiah Wright, Reverend Wright, has some real intelligent shit for y'all motherfuckers. Black people, man, we need to embrace these motherfuckers that are speaking for us like that. So, yeah. Not big on religion, but I have a lot of respect for motherfuckers that's willing to put their motherfucking word and their money and their actions to help poor people. I got respect for that shit. Even if I don't agree 100% with the things that they say, I love the way they say it. That should be it for today. March 3rd. Hey, kids are not fucking funny. Like, by design. They don't got the fucking world view. Like, to be comedians. But, like, the way that we, like, chase each other around and fuck with each other, like, that shit is fucking, that is fucking funny to me. Like, when it's happening, like, I got 4 kids. I got one that I just found out about, and he's like grown, Antonio, and then Kira, she's Antonio's almost grown, and Kira, she's grown. She's like 20 and she's very mature. And then I got 15 and a 12-year-old, Tyson. And it's like he's the 15-year-old, Franco's the 12. And like neither of these kids are funny. Like maybe one day they will be, and they be trying all the time. But the shit that they do to each other is what's like fucking funny, man. Like Tyson does this thing to Franco all the time where like if some music is playing, you know what I'm saying, he'll like really over exaggerate lip sync. And he'll do it in Franco's face. So there'll be a song playing and he'll be like like he'll get like inches away from his fucking face sometimes with that shit. And then Franco gets all bent. So that shit is just fucking, it's like that type of shit that we do. Like, nobody is really fucking funny, but some of this shit that these motherfuckers do to each other is fucking, it's petty as fuck. It is funny as fuck. Not when he's doing it, because I'll be like, man, quit doing that shit. I'll stop it. But when I look back and think about like how Tyson just he'll get out of his face. He'll like back up out of his face and shit when I tell him to stop. And then he'll be like still doing the fucking lip sync. But he won't be in his face with it. And Franco will still get bit to the point where he punches him. This is the type of shit that fucking cracks me up in hindsight. When they actually start fighting and shit, then I'll be like, man, y'all gotta cut that shit out. But when these motherfuckers be going at it over this dumb shit, man, that shit fucking cracks me up. Like I'm rewatching The Witcher because we about to get Netflix turned off because fuck that shit. They the most expensive app we got, and they the shittiest. It's like all the fucking B movies they be putting out. But The Witcher is good, so I'm trying to fucking rewatch that shit. And that shit just reminds me, it's like this one time, like when we was watching it when it first came out, we was watching like a whole family. And The Witcher come on, that, you know, it's like the song, it's like one of those minstrel songs and shit. The song comes on, what's it? Toss a coin to your Witcher. It's a horrible fucking song. Toss a coin to your Witcher, the man of something. So it's just a really bad fucking song. I ain't gonna try to fucking sing it. But as I'm watching this shit and that stupid ass song comes on, it reminds me, like, I fucking hate that song. But my kids really fucking hate that song. Like, they react to that shit like they react to the fucking "He Come and Guap." So I could go chasing them around the house with that, you know what I'm saying? Toss a coin at your Witcher shit. So I think we had watched The Witcher and that fucking awful song it came on and they went running out of the room, and Tyson comes the next morning. I think we eat breakfast or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. But I started singing toss a coin at your Witcher, you know, to get Franco all bent, because he gets bent for motherfucking sing out of his shit. And Tyson starts singing it too, and he actually picks out a coin. I don't know if he had it the whole time, planted it, or out of his pocket or whatever. And he fucking tosses the fucking coin at Franco. And Franco got fucking bent. Punching him and chasing him and trying to fucking get at him just for fucking throwing a coin. Fucking pink bounced off his head. It's like these kids will, like, kids can never be comedians. But a lot of the times I talk about all the fucking fun I had when I was like, you know, a kid and in my early 20s and shit. And I did have a lot of fun like that. But it's having kids it's fun as fuck, man. Sometimes it's stressful as fuck too. We all know that. But when you get to like mold these motherfuckers, man, and like watch little versions of yourself become like grown and shit. I mean, it really fucking sucks that I fucking missed out on my other ones. You know what I'm saying? Fucking sucks. Well, that's kind of a downer. But yeah, that's what I was thinking about earlier. I couldn't fucking remember. So now I'm gonna actually watch this goddamn movie. March 4th. It's still March 4th. Still watching Interstellar. Still working on a treadmill. Hey, I was thinking about all the shit I be talking about, rap shit, and once again, motherfucking, I didn't get no reasoning behind my motherfucking top 5, because I was kind of just joking about that shit. But really, that is my motherfucking top 5. Dead or alive. Method Man and Jadakiss being number 5 was all my fucking list is easy. It's Jadakiss is tied with Meth because they both so nice, but Jadakiss, he's like a what I would call a merc or a mercenary. Like most of the time, his hot shit was on somebody else's song. Like he was the king of that shit, going on to somebody else's song and just always being nicer than them. I don't know how many songs where he's fucking doing a cameo on a motherfucker. Doing a fucking cameo, and then explain to me how you found this. He was just by far the nicest on that motherfucking. If you're sitting in the best kept secret. The nicest on the fucking song. He did it plenty of times. Method Man has just had the smoothest flow throughout the whole song. Like Method Man's got some of the best songs out, like, ever. Like, seriously. Like, he doesn't have as many good songs as a lot of other motherfuckers on the top 5. But Method Man's skills is just, it's so smooth, it's so nice. The landmines start to flipping. As the tragedy get blasted, the plot thickens. This be that woo shit. I don't give a cotton picking fuck about a brother trying to size a nigga up. I hold my own. That's fucking skills. I came to bring the pain, hardcore from the brain. Let's go inside my astral plane. Like songs that just go all the way like that. Bring the Pain is probably the best video / song maybe of all time, in my opinion. Like Bring the Pain is such a perfect song. It might be a fucking perfect song. Everything rhymes perfectly through that shit. And the video is the shit too. It's just cool. It's nice and simple and cool. Just like Holla If You Hear Me. Natural Born Killers, they put a lot more motherfucking like special effects into that shit. But those are some really good videos. far as Nas has just a huge library. Like I said, Eminem, you go back through his library, he has a lot of really, really good songs. Nas has a ridiculous amount of really good songs. Like, you could probably throw on like Nas's top libraries list, and you would have hours and hours. Like, that motherfucker's got a lot of good songs. And he gets put up ahead of Jadakiss and Method Man, because I was gonna put Jay-Z in front of Jadakiss, but I just couldn't do it after the goddamn beatdown that man took from Nas and that motherfucking beef they had in the history of rap shit. And there's been a lot of beef. Nobody ever got took apart just like so fucking perfectly, fucking just Ginsu and this motherfucker. It's like he needed that dude from fucking Apollo Creed's corner to throw in the towel. Somebody scream, throw in the towel. Like, on this motherfucker, the goddamn that goddamn shit was so fucking brutal. Like, Ether versus whatever trash motherfucker Jay-Z put out, the answer to that shit, I think it was Super Ugly or something. It was so amateur compared to professional. Like, Jay-Z lucky he survived that shit. Seriously, like, career-wise, because Ether was probably, I mean, motherfuckers be talking about hit him up, but in my mind, Ether was I mean, Tupac talk about fucking Biggie's fucking girl, so obviously you can't get much dirtier than that. But lyrically, what Nas did to Jay-Z ain't even close to what Pac did to Biggie. What Nas did to Jay-Z was like, every line is just so mean. He called that motherfucker a camel. And it fit. Everybody was like, oh, this nigga look like a camel. It was like, he fucking slaughtered Jay-Z. I mean, he called him a dick riding faggot. It was like, every fucking line. Now, I know you ain't supposed to say them words no more, and I don't be walking around saying that shit. But as far as a cold-blooded line in a motherfucking rap battle, I mean, talk about just, he went so personal, except he never said nothing like over the line. He went super personal with that motherfucker. But he didn't talk about his moms, he didn't talk about his girl, he didn't talk about his kids. In a rap battle, everything is open except for those things, unless you want to get into a fight. So, I think Jay-Z could not make my top 5, even though he has a huge library of hot shit. Once you think about the fucking comparison in talent that it would take to fucking give somebody a beating like that, Nas is that dude.
Did you notice anything strange about the thought show?
And then Eminem. Eminem said, if I had $1 million, I'd buy a damn brewery and turn the planet into alcoholics. Like, He would say shit like that. So even though some of his shit, you be like, oh, you fucking talk about Biggie, talk about all the shit that he wanted. Eminem do the same thing in them old shits. But he was talking about shit so big, coming from somebody being so poor, that it was funny. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't commercial. It was like, I'm a broke ass motherfucker. I wish I had this shit. That motherfucker said, if I had one wish, I would ask for a big enough ass for the whole world to kiss. That motherfucker said, tired of not having a phone. Tired of not having a home to have one in if I did have one on. Like, that motherfucker grew up broke and poor. And he got motherfucking the skills to talk about that shit. Like, just in a really good way. So, just because he talking about being poor white, that don't mean shit. That motherfucker giving a real, true, very obvious, lived experience of what it's like to be poor. Poor white trash, as he would say. Like I said, he got a shit ton. A song. And then Biggie. Damn, you look fine. Like a wine face Rolex, she just shine. I like that waistline. Let me hit that from behind. See, he already sold you a Rolex, though. As nice as that shit was. Like, that motherfucker would kill it. And his gangster shit was as gangster as it got, man. And his stories made just so much perfect sense. Strike the match. Just what I expected. The dread kid ejected in seconds. And here come two opposite sexes. One black, one Malaysian. They in the hallway waiting patient. Like, that motherfucker could just tell a story and it all just fucking weaved and it came out perfect. Biggie was that dude. He could say shit and it just made fucking perfect sense. But like I said, the motherfucker was doing a lot of goddamn commercial shit. And then you got Tupac. When I was young, me and my mama had beef, 17 years old, kicked out on the street. That's a love letter to his moms. And he motherfucking, the first line is him talking about how she kicked his ass out on the motherfucking streets. And he was a homeless kid when he was 17. That's a love letter to his mom that we all fucking just were blown away by. You know what I'm saying? And even though he didn't even try to say, oh, my life was perfect and my mom's was perfect, man, he wrote her a love letter that I bet every time she hears that motherfucker, she cry. Because it's so fucking nice. Every fucking bit of that song is about how cool and fucking understanding and down his mom was and sorry he was for being a dickhead teenager. Case closed. And he got a whole bunch more like that. Yeah, and like Jadakiss also, I forgot, goddamn it. Jadakiss would say shit like something like, don't make me get mad cause it's crying I puff, or make me have to say a harsh statement like Don Imus. Like, that motherfucking line is way colder than I just delivered it. But that's how Jadakiss was. Jadakiss would say these motherfucking just super obscure references and shit. If you ain't up on the times, you gotta look that shit up. And he talking about Don Imus, that old racist redneck motherfucker. I think he dead too, like Rush Limbaugh. And he talk about when Don Imus called the girls' Rutgers basketball team a bunch of nappy head hoes. It's like, that's the type of shit that Jadakiss can come up with in his head as he's fucking rapping on motherfucking somebody else's cameo, like on somebody else's song. And the reason why, even though Jadakiss doesn't have like a huge library of his own shit, that he's on my top 5 is, this is supposedly, because I can't fucking verify. I mean, you can fucking verify it enough as much as anybody else. The motherfucker said he freestyles all of his shit. So all them motherfucking cameos where he's coming on other people's shit and being way nicer and talking shit about puffing Kron that'll make him as mad as Don Imus and make him say a harsh statement. Like, to be able to come up with something like that while you fucking freestyling, and there is like 100 more references that you could come up with that's as nice or nicer and obscure. And he said that he was freestyling that shit the whole time. Like, that's why Jadakiss is my top 5. I kind of forgot, just glossed over him. But that motherfucker is super nice. And like I say, he might not have a huge library of his own shit, but he's on a ton of different motherfucking songs as a cameo. And he always takes it as his voice is like that raspy voice. Probably got the coolest voice of all time in rap. And that motherfucker be freestyling. So just the fact that he be freestyling puts him in the top 5. Cause if you can write shit that nice, you would be in the top 5. But this motherfucker is freestyle. I mean, if you could write shit that nice, you would be in the top 10. But that motherfucker's so nice that he one of the 6 that made my top 5. Because he freestyling the whole time. Like, he the only one of these motherfuckers that freestyle. And freestyling is fucking hard. That takes talent. And for him to be doing that shit his whole career, you full of shit if you think Jadakiss ain't in the top 5. And I think that's it. I ain't giving no more honorable mentions. I ain't talking about no more rap shit. That's it. March 5th, 2021. Walk on treadmill. I'm watching Interstellar. It's a good ass movie, man. I mean, just beyond the sci-fi shit, it's like the motherfucker gotta decide to leave his kids and he don't know when he coming back. That's a fucking goddamn deep decision. He don't know if he coming back. Goddamn good movie. And all the super, like, fucking natural shit and sci-fi shit to it. It's just really smart, man. Motherfuckers fucked up the earth. She got fuck off to some goddamn wormhole. I mean, they kind of condescended when fucking wagging their fingers at everybody. But that's some real shit, man. People are fucking this motherfucker up, and we are gonna eventually have to jump on some shit like this motherfucker did and try to find some shit. And Mars, motherfucker, Mars ain't it.
Don't make me think like this. Merc. Don't make me leave like this, Merc.
I think it's Matthew McConaughey's best movie. Does a real good job. And they ain't really shit on in fucking news. Fucking Joe Manchin, bitch ass. Get kicked in the balls. But ain't nothing gonna happen because dumb motherfuckers keep voting for that motherfucker for some reason. That dude is not a Democrat. How the fuck do Democrats even accept that shit? I ain't finna try to even figure that shit out. Fuck Joe Manchin. I ain't finna get into that shit. I'm watching this movie. Ain't shit happening. I guess there is one bit of news. Motherfuckers sunk that goddamn $15 an hour for the minimum wage. 8 Democrats jumped on board with that shit. Tell you, man, this politics shit is a joke. They don't give a fuck. And I already went over that shit. I don't know if it's the right answer. I think. I mean, it very clearly, 725 ain't enough. I mean, I've already fucking been over all that shit. But how the fuck you don't have no debate over these things, man? So motherfuckers can actually decide. They need to have debates about these big fucking issues because it's important. And nobody really fucking knows because, like I said, only motherfuckers on the left are only talking to people on the left about positive shit that's gonna happen for the left. On the right, they doing the same thing. Nobody's talking to each other and debating. So I don't know if it's the right thing or not. It definitely sounds like the right thing. But I don't know because you motherfuckers ain't goddamn debating this shit. What the fuck happened to debate? You remember when they did that fucking healthcare bullshit? When Obama trying to get fucking healthcare passed, they went overboard with the fucking debate on that one. It's like every fucking day you seeing some motherfucking town hall with somebody bitching, some dumb motherfucker don't know what the fuck they talk about, get in front of the motherfucking mic and bitch at the fucking congressman or whoever the fuck is holding the town hall. People don't like to see that shit, but the reality is that's fucking democracy. Dumb motherfuckers, smart motherfuckers, everybody yelling at their congressman about what they want. And then motherfuckers figure shit out. You get enough ideas thrown out there, some of them are gonna be good, some of them are gonna be bad. And then motherfuckers figure out which one of these motherfuckers got the shit that's closest to what I'm thinking about. And then you have a fucking vote on that shit. They had no debate on fucking $15 an hour. None. It's fucking trifling, man, the bullshit that we accept from these motherfuckers. All you gotta do, you get somebody that's smart as fuck, like Neil deGrasse Tyson. And somebody else that's smart as fuck, like Bill Nye the Science Guy. On that level of intelligence. But they know economic theory. And one of them thinks that you should get $15 an hour, and the other one thinks that we shouldn't. And they give good reasoning behind their fucking thoughts. And all of us in America get to see that shit. If we want to. Have a real fucking public debate with motherfuckers that are smart as shit. And then let us fucking decide after we hear all the fucking ideas. Because there is I already went over that shit. Pros and cons on both sides. And motherfuckers on each side ain't telling their motherfucking constituents the cons. They're only saying the pros on the left, and then on the right, they're only saying the cons. It's like nobody is getting up together and saying publicly, this is what's gonna happen. This is the good thing that's gonna happen. This is the bad thing that's gonna happen. Now, if that fucking good thing is worth the sacrifice that we're gonna have to feel from this bad, then let's do it. But nobody had any kind of debate on something this fucking important. So, fucking politics, man. 8 Democrats said, fuck y'all motherfuckers. I like you broke ass bitches being broke. Fucking Democrats did that shit. So, I'm just saying, and they millionaires. Bunch of rich motherfuckers playing Masters in the Universe with y'all motherfuckers. And y'all just fucking accepting it. Because they say they like you. It's fucking March 5th, man. Still March 6th. Still watching Interstellar. Man, this is a fucking hard movie to get through. I don't even know if I'm gonna publish this shit, but I definitely feel like getting this shit off my back. I watched this movie and it just fucking tears my heart out. This dude, his relationship with his daughter. I bitch and moan about my parents and shit all the time. But at least they was there. March 7th, 2021. Walking on a treadmill. Still watching Interstellar. Man, this is a fucking good movie. It's like this dude has to leave his family to go save the planet. Save everybody on it, including his family. So he makes the decision to bounce. And then it turns out it was all a lie. Then he left his kid behind. His daughter was pissed. He left her behind and shit. You know, fully expecting to come back and save her. You know what I'm saying? That shit's crazy because she like grows up with this motherfucking scientist that sent him out there to save the planet. And then it turns out that scientist has been lying to him. And they had no plan for saving the planet. There's a plan to save the species, but the people on the planet were fucked. That's craziness. So then the dude gets a message back from his now grown daughter. This shit is such a trip. And she's like pissed because she thinks that he left her to die. And I don't give a fuck if you going to save the motherfucking world. You know, 10-year-old trying to hear that shit. You leaving forever. and leaving her behind.
Really,
So he just bounced. And then she finds out that it was all a hoax.
nothing with that.
Now, he wasn't in on it, but the fucking goddamn asshole died. The old dude that was lying. He died right before he could tell him, or he could tell her, hey, I was full of shit the whole time. I fooled your dad into going to outer space. My bad. Motherfucker just croaks out after telling her that he lied.
I'm sorry. I can't let you leave with that.
So now,
We're gonna need it.
this motherfucker,
The mission. What's the others? Realize what this place isn't.
it's so crazy, man.
I'm sorry.
So once he realized they've been lying, he's like, fuck that shit, I'm out. I'm going back home. Motherfuckers don't need me, I got you here anyway. Then you get all the sci-fi and the action and like mixed in.
Let me make something fun.
This motherfucker is a good fucking movie. This is probably, I ain't gonna say it's a 10 because the ending, I mean, number one, this shit is confusing as fuck because it's all theoretical. None of it is actual. So, but it's really smartly made by, you know, a bunch of nerds put their head together to come up with this time travel scenario. No time travel scenario is more real than all these dumbasses go, oh, Back to the Future. All that shit, it's all just some asshole's imagination. Time travel, in my estimation, will never exist because time is not real. Time is a construct of our minds. What do they call it? Entropy, or chaos, or chaos, destruction, getting old. Those things happen without this false construct of time. Time is just basically the amount that it takes, the distance amount that it takes us to go around the fucking sun, basically. That ain't got shit to do with the universe. Time travel will never exist, in my fucking opinion. It's, yes, we will get fucking flying cars someday and shit. Like, there's a lot of shit from science fiction that's real, but time travel, motherfucker, nope. I don't believe in that shit at all. I think that shit's fucking stupid as shit. It's entertaining, but motherfuckers really do take that shit serious. Different movies have different fucking theories on time travel, and grown ass smart motherfuckers will argue about whose is more right. Nobody's right. It's a fucking theory. It's a fictional theory. Asshole.
Those are the best ones I've read in years.
So it's so weird. It's so good though. Like, you want to believe in it the way this shit all goes down, but the way, like, his I don't know, his daughter or his granddaughter, whoever that is at the end, I get confused on that shit. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't really watched it that close. Like, really pay attention exactly to the end. I'm starting to understand that theory of time travel more now that I'm watching it zeroed in. And it is really smart, but it's still theoretical, and it's theoretical fiction. Because, like I said, time is not a real thing. So you're never gonna have time travel. Fucking time travel. I don't know. I'm probably motherfuckers. I'm gonna assume y'all motherfuckers know that time travel ain't real. It ain't never gonna be real. Alright, so I ain't gonna fucking argue with this shit. I feel like I'm arguing with myself about fucking time travel.
I'm here. I'm here for you.
But this shit is real, man. This motherfucker's like, he's like a scientist. He's all brave, going to search for a fucking world. And man, that motherfucker felt that loneliness of being by himself. That motherfucker called somebody into that little shitty ass motherfucking planet that he living on. This motherfucker was supposed to be the best of us. And he was like, fuck that shit. I don't like being alone. Nobody would. That shit's crazy. Number one, if you are searching, if we do have to go on a search for a planet, motherfucker, if you can't breathe, then on the planet without some special fucking structure or a suit, that is a goddamn bad idea. If we do ever go off this fucking planet, make sure that these motherfuckers don't talk you into going to Mars or the moon. You need an atmosphere. You can't be living in some place where everybody could die because of one little mistake. Because mistakes happen. Number one, we should keep this motherfucking planet going. But if we ever do have to leave, for fuck's sake, my God. If we have to fucking leave, find a place, which there's gotta be, of all the billions of stars and trillions of fucking stars and all that shit. I mean, there's billions of galaxies, supposedly. So there's trillions upon trillions of stars. There's quadrillions. So you got that many stars, and stars have planets around them. There's almost guaranteed that there's fucking plenty of habitable planets out there if we can somehow come up with a fuel source that's better than the combustion bullshit that we got going on. We need something that takes like no friction to make some kind of machine that takes no friction to deliver a lot of friction. Like some kind of machine that can free flow like an engine, or even back and forth like something swims, that we could take out there into the stars and don't have to worry about combustion, using fire and shit, because that's just a really bad idea. When I see like drones and the way they move, that's the way to do this shit, I think. If we can get these motherfucking drones like built for space and come up with a way to like, because you have all these like nerds, I see it all the time on YouTube, making these machines that just move forever without anybody touching them or anything. Once they start, they just go and keep moving and keep finding ways to keep their movement going. Like there's videos about that shit all over the place. So you have these engines that can, basically they're engines that can sustain themselves. If you can build something like that with power that can like I said, run like a fish swims or a bird flies or like a drone. I don't know. God damn. Something better than what we got though. Burning all that fuel just to get out of the fucking atmosphere. And then the way we're doing it, we ain't never gonna make it nowhere but next door. In our own solar system. We ain't never gonna make it out of our solar system unless we come up with a different fuel source. I was thinking about something though. I mentioned the other day about March Madness. It's like I regretted that shit the second I said it, I think, subconsciously. Because I do not support the NCAA. I don't support March Madness, even though I always watch that shit, especially like when they get down to the Sweet 16. I ain't gonna lie. But I hate the way they get down. Fucking hate that shit. I watch college football too, and I feel guilty half the fucking time. Because they fucking these kids over, man. Like majorly. They're like, ooh, we give them an education. Shut the fuck up. No the fuck you don't. You make them play football and these different sports and get a secondary education, because football and those other sports that they on scholarship for come first. And if they don't excel at those motherfucking sports, then they have to fuck off. So you ain't giving them shit. You're not giving them fucking education. They're earning an education while fucking busting their ass for your motherfucking ass in a real full-time job situation that they are not getting paid for. If you're gonna be working in that high stress environment and expected to fucking do your schoolwork when everybody else just gets to go to school and they don't gotta worry about fucking athletics and excelling in all these different fields for free. If they're excellent in their field of science or music or whatever the fuck, they don't gotta wait till they graduate to get money. But athletes do. They got these athletes living so poor. Like, this ain't something that I fucking seen once again on TV. When I first came out here, I moved up around the university. So I was staying with my brother up around the university and his friends. They were all university age and going to school. And just the way these motherfucking non-athletes live gets kind of crazy. But the way these fucking athletes live, we're having to fucking bust your ass physically for like 4, 5, 6 hours a day. And then have to bust your ass mentally to keep up with them motherfucking books. And you doing that shit while you broke and starving. Like, I've seen it. I told you I used to sell weed back in the day. So I sold weed to a lot of kids at the university, man. And you know who's always some of the brokest motherfuckers that you would see around? It was the football and basketball players. Famous motherfuckers. Motherfuckers that y'all know were walking around broke as fuck. Broke and starving. And like, seriously, like, cause okay, everybody smokes weed. You need to understand this. Motherfucking athletes smoke, motherfucking gangsters smoke, motherfucking police smoke. There's not a fucking attorneys, there's nobody out there. Judges. Everybody. And I'm not saying everybody, but everything in some of every fucking job, it's some motherfucker out there smoking. In athletics is the same. I used to sell to some football players, at least before Urban Meyer got there and shut all that shit down. But before Urban Meyer got there, motherfuckers was just living normal college lives. You know what I'm saying? And being athletes on top of that shit. And I had a thing where I wouldn't sell shit for less than to almost everybody that I would sell weed to. I wouldn't sell shit that was that went for less than $80. Like, that was a rule. It's a fucking waste of my time to be out there fucking around with little shit. But I had some football players, and I used to feel so bad for them because they was always so broke. And they was out there busting their ass. So for football players, I went down to $15. Other college kids, other just regular fucking people, you couldn't even fucking talk to me unless you had $80. But football players, I would literally feel so bad for these motherfuckers. Like, seeing how they was living and shit, that I'd be like, man, y'all motherfuckers, I hooked that up for 15. You know what I'm saying? I have to bring the quantity down and the price down because these broke motherfuckers couldn't afford it. So, like, motherfuckers that just these really fucking good athletes, man. Motherfuckers that would eventually, in some way, either go pro or would have gone pro if something didn't happen. And this shit is so crazy because there's so few of these motherfuckers that actually go pro. And they sacrifice so fucking much for these rich, white assholes that run the fucking NCAA. Because they dangling this fucking scholarship in front of them. And they dangle it because they'll snatch it away if those motherfuckers don't perform. If they don't perform academically and athletically, they get fucked over. And most, I mean this is by far, most do not make it professional. So they go through all that sacrifice, they get a half-assed education, break their bodies apart for these rich fucking assholes running the fucking NCAA. And then when I said I used to hang out in this place called The Dungeon, that was a shitty little basement apartment, basically, that we all would hang out in. We would hang out in the fucking dungeon that was basically where all the like black kids that were around the university, the cool like athlete type motherfuckers, would hang out there, basketball and football. Not hang out there, but I was hanging out there all the time. So I would always see a lot of different motherfuckers coming in and out. But the motherfucker that owned the dungeon, that everybody was always coming to see and hang out with, I ain't gonna say his last name because I always knew he felt some kind of way about this shit. And I don't know if he would want his story being told publicly. But this dude was named Jimmy. And the motherfucker, at his pinnacle in college football, he was the second leading, he got the second most sacks in the nation in his senior year. This motherfucker was balling. Matter of fact, I always talk about how my little cousin TJ is the fastest motherfucker I ever seen. But the best pure athlete I ever seen, a dude that would shit, a dude that would fuck you up, like, was Jimmy. This dude had to be, I say 6'4", probably about 280, maybe 300 pounds. He was a defensive end. This dude was so fucking big. Like, you don't even understand. Like, look at Aaron Donald. That's like how big that motherfucker is. Except he wasn't as cut as Aaron Donald, but he was a big motherfucker with big muscles. You know what I'm saying? And he was the second most sacks in the nation. That's everybody. That's Florida State. That's motherfucking Alabama. That's everybody. He was number 2 out of all those motherfuckers. So he was gonna go pro. Anyway, like, this dude was an athlete like this. Like, I used to talk, I talk a lot of shit. I already said that. I talk a whole bunch of shit. And I remember one time we was in the hyper gym. That's what they call the gym in the university. And I said something to this motherfucker. I can't remember what I said, but he was like, man, you better watch your mouth or something like that. He was being a smart ass. Like, he was just talking shit to me too. But I'm this little motherfucker. I'm probably about, little. I was like 6 foot, probably 160, 165, something like that. So I wasn't little, but compared to that motherfucker, I was little. And I was like, man, I don't know what it was, but he was like telling me, man, you better watch your mouth or something like that. I was like, motherfucker, who the fuck are you talking to? Then I like punched him in his arm or something. Cause I could joke with motherfuckers like that. Cause I mean, he was older than my older brother. I mean, so he was way older than me. I think I was like 17. He was probably like 24. He was post-graduation. He was at least 24. So, you know, I fuck around with these dudes. And I punched him in his arm. And he got this look on his face like he was gonna hit me back. So I take off, because I'm fast as fuck, man. This big motherfucker ain't gonna catch me. So I'm gone, running through the gym. And I remember like I got like halfway through the gym and I'm kind of smiling, like knowing this dude ain't gonna catch me. And I look back behind me, and I'm still running. And that dude is coming at me like a fucking freight train. Like, so much faster than I was. This dude was fast as fuck. Like, he caught me in seconds. Like, I started running before he took off. I had a nice fucking head start, and I'm running as fast as I can to get away from this motherfucker, especially when I see he's coming. Because this is a big motherfucker running me down. He grabs me. Like, I swear to God, I'm running full speed. And he catches me running at whatever speed he was. I'm sure it wasn't his full speed. He catches me and throws me on his shoulder and keeps running faster than I could run with me on his fucking shoulder. I was terrified. I was like grabbing. I was like, man, put me down. Put me the fuck down. Like, I was scared. I thought he was gonna fucking drop me or have some kind of football flashback and tackle me or some shit in a fucking gym. I remember being so fucking scared that this dude was gonna fucking smash me. But then he started laughing and joking around and shit. And he put me down. But I'm telling you, man, I'm not super fast, but I'm not slow neither. I can get him up. You know what I'm saying? And I was definitely getting him up. I was gone. I knew I was gone. And that motherfucker caught me easily. Didn't even slow down. Throw me into a fucking fireman carry and just kept it going. That's the type of athlete that this motherfucker was. Like me at 160 pounds, running pretty fucking fast, was nothing. Like, I don't think he'd be able to catch my cousin TJ. I don't think he was that fast. But this motherfucker was huge and fast. And he could play basketball. I just remember, man, that's a big, strong motherfucker. But anyway, why I'm talking about him in the NCAA is because he got hurt at, I think, the end of his senior season. So he didn't get drafted. He would have probably got drafted very high up in the NFL, like in the first round, probably. He's number 2 in the fucking nation in sacks. That motherfucker could get him up. From what I saw, personally, he would have terrorized the fuck quarterbacks in the NFL. Because I gotta imagine, especially at that point, I was faster than way more, especially the old white ones. I guarantee you I was faster than a lot of them motherfucking old quarterbacks in the NFL. So he would have ate him up. Got busted out his fucking knee, and instead of going and fucking buying a nice house for his mom's, or, you know, whatever he was planning on doing, he had to stay in this shitty ass basement that he'd been living in since he probably fucking came to the university. And what I really remember, because he was cool. He was like a lot of my brother's friends would kind of mentor me, like try to big brother me. I mean, I wasn't trying to hear that shit from nobody, but a lot of them would try. And Jimmy being kind of older than everybody else, he would definitely try to like, hey man, you need to get to school. Try to tell me that, you know, I got potential and all that shit. And I looked up to that motherfucker. You know, he was a really good dude, a really big motherfucker. He could have been mean and been scaring the hell out of everybody. He looked like Suge, basically. He's a big motherfucker. So, like, when I wouldn't be doing shit, you know what I'm saying? I'd just be hanging out around the university. And, like, if it wasn't nobody else around, I'd be hanging out there. He'd, like, take me with him to go do stuff. And he'd always, like, be talking while he's driving and just talking about life and how basically I need to stop fucking around. But, like, that dude, I'm just saying he was a good motherfucker. And he should have made a lot of fucking money. And he sacrificed his motherfucking knee to the goddamn university. They didn't take, I mean, I'm sure they gave him surgeries and shit. The least they could fucking do, they got him hurt. But that was it. They fixed up his knee. Not good enough to ever fucking play. Definitely not no professional. Fucked off his fucking knee. Fixed it up. And that was it. You ain't on the team no more. You ain't on the fucking scholarship no more because you're already a senior. So you better graduate. And your fucking future plans that were all laid out are gone. And all the university did was like, hey man, sorry, it sucks. But hey, at least you're graduating. And I'm sure he graduated and went on to some fucking do big things because he was that type of magnetic personality that I gotta imagine he is successful in whatever he did. But that motherfucker should have been a goddamn NFL football player. That's where he should have been. And the second that the fucking university understood that he was not gonna make those millions, they should have took care of that motherfucker. But they didn't. He didn't get shit. No big insurance policy that would cover him for the sacrifice that he made for this bitch ass university. Nothing. Just hanging out in the fucking dungeon. I remember being super impressed with the people that would come over the dungeon, this shitty little fucking apartment. Fucking basketball player, NBA basketball players, NFL football players, people from the university, all like stars, always coming to fucking pay homage to this motherfucker. And it was like when they would come over, a lot of times they would bring food. They bring enough food for all of us. And we'd be like, yeah, fucking grubbing that shit, eating chicken wings and motherfucking pizza, all that shit. Motherfuckers would always come over with some food. Like we would be chilling because we was all a bunch of broke motherfuckers. I mean, we had more money than motherfuckers in Chicago, but we was still just a bunch of broke ass kids, basically. Most of them going to school. This Jimmy, when motherfuckers would come over, like these famous dudes, they would come over and they would have like a whole bunch of food because they knew it'd be a bunch of motherfuckers hanging at Jimmy's house. And they'd put it down on the table for all us to get. And Jimmy would they would like have like a separate thing for Jimmy. And he'd take that off into the room. And, you know, his fucking cool famous friends would go in there with him. And they would talk shit and eat separate away from us. And I used to always wonder about that shit. Because Jimmy ain't think he was better than anybody. I think now that I look back with my adult brain, that a lot of those dudes probably knew him or obviously went to school with him. And they knew who he was and how he should have turned out. So they would come around and take care of him how they could. You know what I'm saying? Bringing him food, probably bringing him money sometimes. But he didn't want none of us to see that shit. He didn't want none of us to see him being like all appreciative. So he would go off into the room while just completely sharing with all of us. Everything the motherfuckers bring over, he would share it with all of us. All of us broke, hungry motherfuckers. Man, that dude was cool as fuck. And he should have got taken care of. NCAA policy says you get hurt, hey, hopefully we'll help you try to graduate. But we ain't got nothing for you. It don't matter how promising your career was. We don't give a fuck about promises. You get hurt on this job, you better fucking finish school. Even though you haven't been taking school serious at all the whole time, you better take it serious now. That's what they tell you. So I don't know, man. When I see like the way they use these kids, and 95% probably ain't gonna sniff the pros for one reason or another. To me, it's like, how the fuck do you not pay these motherfuckers, man? They have to do so much more than your average college kid. And giving them that shitty little fucking scholarship that basically just pays for their books and their fucking room. Sometime now I think they're like doing something with their food, but that is just recent. Not back when I was a kid. Those motherfuckers was just as hungry as me. Just as broke as the rest of us. These dudes busting their ass in school and on the field. And unlike a musician or unlike a fucking scientist, they can't even go and make money off of the fucking knowledge that they've gained for while being in college. But a goddamn freshman scientist can go fuck off and make plenty of money and still stay in school. A fucking freshman musician can still do that. They can stay in school and still go make money. But if a fucking kid makes a little money off of selling a fucking autograph, they try to fuck him over and fuck his whole life over. There's something very obviously wrong with that. Why the fuck are we letting these people use these kids like that? Use them to the point where they fucking tell them how great they are and help them out when the motherfuckers is making the universities all this money. But the second that they get hurt, busting their ass for that fucking university, the university tells them to fuck off and sorry about your future, bro. Man, you was gonna make a whole bunch of money, but now you just need to fuck the fuck off. Because you ain't a good student, because you never took it serious, because you were busy busting your ass for us, the university. So unless you're close to graduation when you get hurt, they kick you the fuck out. There's so many rules that the NCAA has written that just show pure disdain for their fucking athletes and the amount of time that it takes to become that good of an athlete. That shit takes time and work that these motherfuckers have to put in, while the other students don't have to put in that same work and time. And they're all expected to fucking perform the same. That's bullshit. If you're gonna make somebody do all that extra work to go to your motherfucking university, and they making you all that fucking money. Basically, they're the biggest money makers in your fucking university. You should be paying these motherfuckers a goddamn living wage. Nobody's saying these motherfuckers need to make millions. Nobody's saying even a cent has to come from the universities. Motherfuckers are saying stop hating. Stop fucking with these kids for making money off of their self. Leave them the fuck alone. Suspending motherfuckers for getting tattoos. Just the dumbest shit that they come up with to keep motherfuckers in line, basically. We can't beat you no more, so we just gonna fuck with you as much as we can. Make sure you know where your fucking place is. The NCAA is bullshit. Nobody needs it. It's this total trash organization that fucking uses our kids and spits them out. And every once in a while, one of them gets to go fucking professional, but most of them get chewed up and spit out. And they're not even allowed to make money off a video game that uses their faces and fucking numbers. It's things like that. But the NCAA takes all that money. Nobody has a problem with the NCAA taking all that money. They just don't want them to be giving that money to those kids. They want them to stay broke as fuck. For some reason, I don't know why, but I seen it with my own eyes. Maybe it's changed in the last 20 years, but I seen that shit with my own eyes. They did not give a fuck about those athletes. They do not give a fuck about those athletes. They run them into the ground, and they ain't got shit for them when they inevitably do not make it pro, and we're not able to pay as close attention in class because they're tired as fuck from working a 6 to 8 hour full-time super physical job for free. Oh, well, they'll pay for your books, and they'll pay for your room and board. The fuck out of here. I seen it with my own eyes. Those kids, those athletes that we all cheered for, those are the brokest living motherfuckers on that university. And everybody pretending that they love these motherfuckers so much. And the second one of those kids get caught trying to do what any of us would do, gain a little advantage, they fuck them over so hard. Man, seriously, the NCAA is a fucking trash organization. Motherfuckers were smart, they'd get away from that shit and be paying these kids. I don't know what the number is, but the motherfuckers that are making the most money for your university should not be the brokest motherfuckers on your university. That's all I know. I don't know how to fucking do it, but I do know that shit don't make sense. March 7th, man. Everybody motherfucking all bent about this bitch bringing in cake and shit. To me, it don't sound like she was trying to do that shit, but that Marie Antoinette shit. But it do sound like, you know, I ain't even finna be out here talking shit about no motherfucking John McCain. John McCain dead. I ain't got nothing good to say. I ain't got nothing bad to say. But her coming in and fucking throwing that fucking thumbs down like that and giving the curtsy and shit, that was a clear shot of fucking not only John McCain, but that was a shot at poor people. They're like, I don't give a fuck about your motherfucking money, fools. That's fine though. It was a whole performance. The skirt, the cake, the gesture. I think she sick of being in motherfucking Joe Manchin's shadow. It's like Joe Manchin always get mentioned as the asshole Democrat that's always doing this asshole bullshit, along with this fucking no-name Christian cinema. Like, he's always getting mentioned. It's always Joe Manchin, and then Christian Cinema get like a afterthought. And I bet you she was like, man, it's my time to shine. You think Joe Manchin's an asshole? Wait till you get a load of me. She walked out there with that motherfucking, with that gear, that outfit, knowing that motherfuckers was gonna have something to say about the cake, even if it didn't have shit to do with. Maybe she was bringing it for staffers or whatever the fuck. But the reality is, all them shits is optics. And all of them motherfuckers know about optics. That's all they fucking care about, is how shit looks and how people are gonna think about how shit looks. So the whole outfit, the whole curtsy, the whole fucking thumbs down, the whole cake, all that shit was a fucking performance. And that shit worked, because that shit went viral. And now everybody know who Kristen Sinema is. Fucking fake ass, goddamn fraud ass Democrat. Just a couple years ago, she was talking about, man, how the fuck are we letting people live on goddamn the minimum wage that it was? What was the minimum wage at the time is still the same fucking minimum wage. That was back in 2014. So I think the bitch was just fucking using that shit as a fucking way to take a shot at Obama punk ass. She takes a shot at Obama while pretending to be on the side, on the progressive side. But when it actually comes down time to actually vote to increase this motherfucking minimum wage, what she do? She voted against it, one of 8. So all I'm saying is this lady is gonna walk around and she's probably gonna become a superstar of the middle. And it's kind of ridiculous. That's how she got a motherfucking make her bones. It's not about just, you know what I'm saying, hey, I don't think this is a good idea. You know what I'm saying? I care about poor people and I want to do something for them. But I don't believe that this is the way we should go about it. And then she comes off and says something really smart about the pros and cons. Man, I would respect that shit even if I didn't agree with it. But to come out and make a show of just saying, man, fuck all you fucking poor people. Yeah, she got that attention that she wanted. Now motherfuckers know that she is just as bad as Joe Manchin, if not worse, because she got even more people in her state. She got like 4 times more people in her state working at that fucking shitty level. Minimum wage. And she basically making fun of them. Bitch bragging. Fuck her. I think a major problem with these fucking Democrats is the description always goes progressive to moderate. You know, progressives are the lefties and the moderates are the centrists. But in reality, back in the day, they had better names from these motherfuckers. Malcolm X used to call them the Dixiecrats. Now, am I gonna pay these fucking petty dickheads to those fucking racist assholes? No. But there's always been a segment of Democrats that do not believe in progressivism. They believe in conservatism. Back in the day, they was called Dixiecrats. Now they're called moderates. But in reality, these assholes are conservative. So we should be calling them what they are. They're conservative Democrats. Get rid of the name moderate. Start calling these motherfuckers what they are. You tell me what the fuck, how. Okay, the distance between AOC and Joe Manchin is way further than the distance from Kristen Sinema to Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney and Kristen Sinema, I'll bet you right now these motherfuckers agree on a gang of shit. And I'll bet you AOC and Kristen Sinema disagree on a gang of shit. So, Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin are fucking conservative Democrats. That's how they should be referred. All 8 of those motherfuckers, and I think it was one independent that runs with the Democrats. They all conservative leaning moderates. For whatever reason, they can't run as Republicans. They can't win as Republicans, so they run as Democrats. But these motherfuckers are conservatives. Let me ask you a fucking question. Where are the progressive Republicans? Yeah, exactly. There ain't none. So why the fuck are there goddamn conservative Democrats? Once again, fucking Democrats always doing this shit. Inviting everybody to the fucking party, even if they're gonna ruin your fucking party. Some motherfuckers you just can't let in. You want to be the most popular motherfucker and everybody loves you and shit, and you let everybody in. But the reality is, sometimes when you see that group of assholes coming to your party, it's time to call motherfuckers up and hey, nah, these dudes, they can't come in. Now I understand. You motherfuckers don't want to do that shit. But in reality, Joe Manchin, if he don't want to be a fucking Republican, he should be an independent. Same with Kristen Sinema and same with them other motherfuckers that are clearly conservative Democrats. Stop calling these motherfuckers moderate, man. Stop calling them middle of the road. These dudes and these men and women are conservative. They should be Republicans, but they can't get voted, they can't get elected as Republicans, so they run as Democrats even though they believe in Republican ideology. And then they fuck everything up for the fucking Democrats, and you dumbasses is fucking wondering why you can't never get shit passed or done. It's because you let everybody in your party, knowing that they some assholes and knowing that they gonna come fuck your shit up, and you still let them in because you want to be cool and you want everybody to love you. Fucking Democrats, man. You see somebody that's about to come into your motherfucking house, your party, and you know they telling you they hell-bent on wrecking your shit, breaking your windows, kicking in mirrors, knocking down doors. They tell you they're gonna do it, and you're like, okay, come on in. I like your motherfucking style. That's what they doing. They know these motherfuckers is never gonna fucking vote with them, especially on crucial shit. That's how you make a name for yourself. Why the fuck you think I know about Joe Manchin from fucking West Virginia? I've been knowing about that motherfucker for a long time now. Well over 10 years. So that shit comes because he stands out as an asshole, not because he stands out as a good person. That's how they make they bones. They come to your party, shit all over your fucking party, and get goddamn famous for it. And Democrats constantly doing the same thing over and over again, letting shitty assholes into their party that only are coming in to wreck your shit. And the only reason they come into your party is because the party across the street, they weren't invited.
Nothing here. Should be right here.
Name one progressive fucking Republican. Name one. I can't think of one. There's nothing that's been getting on my motherfucking nerves. All these dumb motherfuckers running around surprised that Dr. Seuss is fucking racist. Like, seriously, people. When I was like 18, I remember hearing some fucking rumor about Dr. Seuss being racist. So you know what I did? I fucking got on my little computer and I fucking Googled, is Dr. Seuss racist? You dumb motherfuckers. And guess what? Yes, he is a fucking racist piece of shit. It ain't got shit to do with the 6 books or whatever that those assholes chose to cancel, pretending to all of a sudden see the light. When in reality, it was a publicity stunt to get all the fucking rubes bent and to go out and buy their books because they're getting canceled, even though they canceled themselves. It's such a pathetic, dumbass, like, group of fucking morons that fall for this shit. I guarantee you, Dr. Seuss books was on the fucking Amazon top list from a bunch of motherfuckers that would never read a book over the fucking level of Dr. Seuss. Grown-ups. And they ain't gonna read them books. They just bought it because they want a motherfucker to be the opposite of this cancel culture that's not even happening. Dr. Seuss wrote comics back in the day that had all kinds of racist imagery and all kinds of racist words. You know, little things like the N-word. That motherfucker ain't had no problem putting that shit in his comics. So all you dumb fucks running around getting all bent because they took out 6 of his books that were a little bit insensitive, man, you need to go look at his real works before he started making all those kid books. You want to see some insensitivity. You want to see some borderline racism. Borderline my ass. Insensitivity my ass. Is Dr. Seuss a fucking racist piece? Yes. And I've known this for more than 20 years. Fucking assholes running around acting all brand new. I've known this for a long time. And maybe a lot of these fucking dumbass rubes, maybe they don't, or they didn't know. But there's a lot of these motherfuckers in the media trying to pretend to be all surprised about this shit when this is something that I fucking Googled 25 plus years ago. So we all knew.
I can't believe you guys.
Still fucking letting that asshole fucking spread his garbage through rhyme to our kids. I think Ann bought a couple of them books for my kids. I think it's just such a stupid conversation. All you assholes sitting around wondering, is Dr. Seuss fucking racist? Why don't you go look for yourself, you fucking dumbasses, waiting for books to get canceled in some fucking publicity stunt before you find out. And then you think it's just some simple insensitivity in a book. Why don't you go look up his fucking comic strips? Fucking assholes. March 8th, 2021. Still watching Interstellar.
Doesn't improvise well because you can't program fear of death. Survival instinct is our single greatest.
This motherfucker
Take you for example.
is basically saying that gravity and love and other unknowable, untouchable, but still very tangible things can transcend time. And that's how they manipulate the time to do time travel. I mean, it's a fucking really smart concept. Because they use the example, like, you still love motherfuckers after they die. And that's real. So it's like, love doesn't just all of a sudden fucking turn off. So it's like a real thing. Like gravity. It's fucking smart as shit, man. I love this movie. And these motherfuckers play dirty, man. It's like these scientists, this is like a evil scientist movie. Like when you think about it, because these scientists be playing dirty as fuck. And often the times when a really good evil scientist, in his mind, he's doing all that fucked up shit for a good reason. So, I don't know, I think they did a really fucking good job with this shit. And I ain't finna get all off on that fucking tangent again. I kind of want to get through this quick, because I had to fucking rewind this shit, because I missed so much of it yesterday. I don't want to keep doing that shit. But they picking that motherfucking that jury for that piece of shit chauvin. That fucking chauvin dude that murdered George Floyd in front of all our eyes. I don't know, man. I got a feeling they gonna pull some bullshit. I saw this lawyer talking on TV. Smart motherfucker too, man. Dude know what he talking about. He like, look, man, these motherfuckers, their laws are like this. First degree murder. If you plan to kill somebody, you fucking track them, and then you motherfucking hide in waiting and whack them. That's first degree murder. That's the example he used. He said second degree murder is like if you run up in a motherfucking like you run up in a bank and you end up killing one of the motherfucking tellers. Like, obviously you didn't run up in that bank with the express intent of killing the fucking teller. It's just something that happened. So you wouldn't get charged with first degree murder. Unless you black. I'm playing. I don't know how this shit works. But it said, fuck ass motherfuckers know goddamn well they play dirty like that. But second degree murder is you kill the fucking bank teller, but obviously you didn't plan on it like you would a first degree murder. So second degree murder is you fucking murder somebody. You might not have done it specifically because you was planning on it, but you did it. So you go to jail for a little bit less time, but still you go to jail for a long time. Third degree is when you kill somebody kind of by accident. So I really don't even understand the difference between third degree and manslaughter. It's like right now these motherfucking prosecutors they're trying to get third degree murder thrown on top of this fucking this manslaughter charge that they charging this fucking piece of shit with. This dude might not went in with the express intent of murdering George Floyd, but he clearly knew he was causing this motherfucker distress to the point where this dude is begging for his life. The people around him are begging for his life. And all y'all motherfuckers, everybody saw this dude fucking smirking and smiling into the fucking camera as he just kneels down, putting extra amount of pressure onto a person's neck for over, well, over 8 minutes. I'll just say 10 minutes. Fuck that shit. 10 motherfucking minutes on top of a motherfucking neck. Why the fuck you even need a trial?
I'm sorry, I can't watch you go through this. I'm sorry.
Why the fuck we even need a trial? You had two other assholes kneeling on this motherfucker at the same time this piece of shit was kneeling on top of him. He was telling them to keep kneeling on him. He told them that this is their job. He was the leader of this little fucking clan of assholes. And the little Asian dude that was fucking stopping everybody from helping. They were all involved with the murder of George Floyd. The Asian dude might have the least. The two stupid motherfuckers that were just following will have less culpability than Chauvin. But if Chauvin get manslaughter, then all them other motherfuckers is just gonna get little slaps on the wrist. Oh, you're not gonna be allowed to be a police no more. Then you're gonna serve a couple years on probation. Maybe do like a week in jail for murdering a motherfucker. Once again, if there was all black kids and stood on top of some motherfucking white man's neck for 10 minutes, they would all be charged with the same thing. But because they cops, we gotta pull out all this fucking bullshit rules, new rules for these motherfuckers. Oh, we gotta figure out if it was manslaughter. No, we don't gotta figure out shit. That motherfucker did a second-degree murder. He did. He might not have planned on it, but in the motions of brutalizing this dude, which is probably what they just planned on, was I want to fucking brutalize this motherfucker. Like running up into a bank. You're not planning on fucking killing nobody. You just want to fucking send a goddamn message or get some money real quick. That motherfucker was not planning on killing George Floyd, but he wanted to brutalize him. And he wanted everybody to know that this is how I get down, because he saw himself being recorded and he didn't give a fuck. That dude eventually killed somebody that he knew he wanted to brutalize. That's second-degree murder. And if the fucking lawyers let this asshole get off with manslaughter, should still break their fucking shit. That was not fucking manslaughter. Manslaughter is when you fucking driving and you kill somebody. And that shit can happen to anybody. You look down at a text for 1 second, and then if somebody jumps in the fucking road, or you run into somebody's car, yeah, you're a fucking asshole for looking at that text for 1 second, but all of us have been there, and all of us understand that that is not murder. It's different. It's not okay. But looking down at your fucking text and then smashing in your car into somebody else's car is not the same as kneeling on somebody's fucking neck for goddamn 10 minutes. It's just not. Everybody know this shit. So we gonna pretend because it's a fucking pig doing it to a big black motherfucker that it's okay? Man, please. I just wish somebody would have shot that motherfucker. I wish somebody would have tackled that motherfucker. Somebody run over with a 2x4, hit that motherfucker over the head. Something. Because the reality is, if that was a bunch of white motherfuckers standing around watching a bunch of black cops choke out a motherfucking white dude on the ground, they would have jumped his ass. And they should. Fucking bullshit. Like, I know, man. I fucking stood there and watched that fucking pig fuck beat the shit out of that fucking one dude back in the day. And that shit still fucks me up. I will guarantee you those motherfuckers that were standing around watching George Floyd get motherfucking murdered, they feel terrible about that shit. They feel terrible about not stepping in. Because almost every situation I've ever been in, I fucking jumped. every fucking situation where it called for me to decide, should I fucking jump or should I just leave it? 2 situations. No, 1 situation. No, well, yeah. Honestly, I didn't know that dude, so I don't even know if I should count that. I mean, I'm locked up. I was young. And both times I was young. Once I fucking, maybe that was the fucking catalyst for me never ever let nobody get jumped on again. Seeing that fucking dude get the shit kicked out of him in jail. And when I was a little kid, I let my little homie Jermaine get jumped on by 2 girls. And I've always felt like shit about that. But I ain't never since then ever let one of my friends get jumped on, let alone some stranger. I've always been willing to jump in it. And I hate the way these fucking cops make normal motherfuckers just bout it. Fucking freeze up and think, should I fucking jump? This guy's obviously killing somebody right in front of me. Should I do something about it? Man, that's up to you. That's up to you. But I know there's been plenty of fucking split-second decisions where I thought, I don't even think that when it comes to my friends, the question of, should I jump? This never even came up. It was just an automatic reaction, reflex to jump. But a lot of times the motherfuckers didn't even need it. But if somebody needed it, I would fucking not even think about it. I just fucking jump in. I hate that I don't know. But I sure as fuck hope I would. Like, I'm not finna be saying, oh, fuck these motherfuckers. I definitely would. Man, I don't know if I would. I know how I have reacted in the past since I've been an adult. And when I say been an adult, since I've been over 18. That one time in jail, that's the only time I hesitated. And that only time that I really feel bad as an adult. Because it wasn't my fault. It was the fucking pigs that beat the shit out of them, but still. Even if it was about 4 or 5 of us sitting around this dude we were all talking to each other. If anybody would have just fucking, we'd have probably took a fucking beating. We'd have took a fucking serious beating, no doubt. But at least it would have been between 5 of us instead of motherfucking 1 just getting the shit kicked out of him to the point where he goes in a fucking seizure. I feel bad about that shit. I don't never want to feel that bad again. And I have gotten punched in my face so fucking hard, my whole motherfucking side of my face was swollen up. And then while it was swollen, I fucking sneezed, which made it even worse. Like, I'm walking around looking like Frankenstein for 2 days after I got into a fight with some motherfucker. And that shit felt great in comparison to the fucking shitty way I felt after I fucking saw that dude fucking go into a fucking seizure. Man, I will never let that shit happen to anybody in my family or my fucking friends. But even a stranger, man. I'm not saying shoot the fucking pig. I'm not saying none of that. But if you see a motherfucker doing some obviously wrong shit, like last year, another one of these things that set me off was this kid. He was like 13 years old, walking down the street. Pigs start fucking with him. The kid knows his rights, so he just keeps it moving, and fucking the pigs obviously getting all up in his face and trying to make him fucking bow down. for no fucking reason. They just saw these kids and just wanted to fuck with them, and the kids didn't fucking react the way they wanted. This asshole got out of his car, grown ass man, boom, body slams this little kid, 13 years old, and then start kicking him and pushing him into his car like he's fucking kidnapping the kid. And motherfuckers just sit around on their fucking cell phones recording this shit. And it's great because it gives them motherfucking goddamn power to go after these motherfuckers in court. But man, sometimes I just swear I wish motherfuckers would take the initiative. I feel like absolutely, if you can take the initiative, if you can tackle one of these motherfuckers and get them off a fucking 13-year-old kid, and the appeal will take off. These cops are shit out of shape, and they wear a bunch of motherfucking shit, and they know they ain't supposed to be shooting people unless they being shot at. That's what the fucking train. They're not supposed to be shooting people that are running away. Man, if you fucking bash one of these motherfuckers and then run, it's almost certain they ain't gonna catch you. Fucking slow motherfucking pigs. The only way they can catch you is when they have it all planned out and boxed in like a fucking grid. Slow, out of shape fucking assholes. I would have loved to see some motherfuckers just run up, boom, tackle that bitch ass motherfucker, and then pew, take off running. And this fucking slow piece of shit would have fucking ran for like a half a block and realized he ain't catching nobody. And that man be gone, and George Floyd would still fucking be living. Because there's no way they would have been able to jump on him again like that. Take the initiative from these motherfuckers. Man, I've seen some badass motherfuckers in my life. I'm not talking about me. I mean, I've done some alright shit. But I've seen some cold-blooded, brave motherfuckers, man. I have. I've seen it with my own eyes. I got chased off the block before. Back when I was selling drugs. By one dude. That motherfucker is probably the coldest, baddest motherfucker I ever seen. I mean, there's some fucking badass people on this fucking planet. I cannot imagine that dude ever sitting around and letting his people get fucking choked out. All these people are our people. If you see a black motherfucker get choked out and you black and you just motherfucking sit there, you should feel ashamed. I feel ashamed about what the fuck happened in jail. I was in jail. I just could not imagine standing around letting some police choke the shit out of my fucking people outside, just sit there. And these white motherfuckers be jumping on the fucking police. We saw how they fucking handle these motherfuckers at the Capitol. And we just sit there watching while they just fucking kill this man. Anybody could have, fuck that little Asian dude. Anybody could have knocked that motherfucker out of the way, pushed fucking Chauvin off. Yes, you would go to jail most likely when they fucking finally catch you. But you would have saved the motherfucker's life. And almost certainly you would have got away because them slow ass fucking pigs can't catch nobody. So you would have went and turned yourself into jail like a day or so later with a lawyer saying, hey, I pushed this fucking piece of shit off of this man he was about to kill. I couldn't stand it no more. I'm not saying be a hero, and it's all in my head about what I wish would have happened because it's so fucking frustrating. And I'm fucking embarrassed about how I fucking reacted that one time. I'm telling you, man, one of the things I wish more in my life is that we'd have all just jumped on that big motherfucker. We all take that ass whooping. None of us come out with a pumpkin head. telling you, man, I have gotten my ass whooped. I've gotten hurt. None of that shit is even close to the fucking feeling you get when you just stand by and let somebody get fucked up like that. They gonna charge this piece of shit with manslaughter. And then I bet you he gonna fucking get off of that. Just some shitty fucking jewelry. When they look for these jewelries, it's another thing this motherfucker said. They're not looking for people that have never heard of the fucking shit of what they like. They've never heard of what happened to George Floyd. They're not looking for people like that. They're looking for people that can look at a motherfucker, a black man get choked out by a fucking crazy ass killer fucking white dude for 10 minutes and still be impartial. So there will be no black people on that jury. There will be no good white people on that jury. How could you possibly look at a man getting choked out for fucking 10 minutes and be impartial about it? Be like, it looks like that guy is standing on this fucking guy's neck for 10 minutes, but gosh, maybe the guy deserved it. I don't know. I'm impartial. Who the fuck thinks like that? Not one motherfucker. So the only people that are gonna be okay to be on that fucking jury are people that saw that shit and were like, hey, nothing to see here, no big deal. How you gonna be impartial about something like that? Honestly. Fucking asking a real question. Who the fuck is gonna be impartial about a motherfucker getting choked the fuck out for 10 fucking minutes to the point he dies? You can't be impartial. You can either be disgusted or you can be okay with it. But ain't nobody sitting on the fucking fence, you fucking assholes. The fucking the justice system, the way they fucking cover these fucking pigs with all these different rules and laws, and then the jury fucking comes in and makes sure that they get away with this bullshit no matter what, as long as it's not happening to them. Fucking hate these motherfuckers, seriously. Break they fucking shit, man. I swear to God, it should be not just Minneapolis. It should be everywhere. I'm not talking about going out hunting. I'm not talking about going out hurting people. I'm not talking about hurting people. But that jury is going to be filled with motherfuckers, as always, as all of those fucking juries are, with motherfuckers that's gonna come out and act innocent, like they ain't had shit to do with it. These are business owners. These are motherfuckers that work in the goddamn community, and they want the fucking community to be like that. That one asshole down south like 20 years ago, whatever the fuck, talking about he want black people to be scared of the cops. He said that shit on CNN. He just a dumb redneck fucking asshole. But he said something that is real. It's real as fuck. It's not just his county that he wants black people to be scared in. He wants black people to be scared through the whole fucking country. And all these fucking dirty pigs feel the same way. Most of them ain't stupid enough to go on fucking national TV and say it. Or maybe it ain't stupid. Maybe he just so fucking confident that his asshole fucking constituents feel the same way that he could say that shit. And just fucking get away with it. Because that's how all these fucking pigs is. They all want us to be fucking scared of they bitch asses. So they come loaded. Loaded with motherfucking goddamn shields and body armor and big guns. But they ain't always got that shit. That's all I'm saying. They out on the street fucking bullying people. Just like those fucking Capitol assholes did. Motherfuckers can bully them back. You got the fucking numbers. Don't just sit around letting them choke some fucking body. Man, the 2 times that I stood by like an asshole, I was probably 18 years old, and I was in jail. Not a good enough excuse for me, but at least that's the excuse. There's no fucking way I'm gonna sit around standing around outside when I know I could fucking get away from these pigs after I do it. Letting them just stand around on some man's neck. I know I wouldn't do that. Matter of fact, there's a reason why they took that motherfucker off to the goddamn side door, side of place. Because if they'd have tried to beat the shit out of him in the fucking cell with the rest of us there, I'm sure we'd have had to jump in. There's a reason they fucking took him off to the side like that. And I ain't never gonna fucking forgive myself for that shit. We all should have jumped on that motherfucker the second that pig came in and started beating on him. We all would have got our asses kicked. But that's better than one motherfucker getting shit stomped or dying. Telling you, man, fucking walking around with my motherfucking eye hanging out of my motherfucking face felt great in fucking comparison to just standing around letting some motherfucker get his ass whooped. Get ready, man. Because we, as black people, about to once again get kicked in our balls every fucking day that this goddamn fucking story is going on. This fucking trial. It's going to be these lawyers pulling this dirty ass fuckery and these prosecuting lawyers going half fucking speed because they never go hard against cops. His defense is going to be so fucking disgusting. Because think about it, there is no defense. So you're going to have to come up with some complete bullshit that you fucking pass off to this lame ass jury of motherfuckers that can somehow see a motherfucker getting choked out and still sit on the fucking fence. The fuck out of here. There will be no impartial jury. They're just gonna make sure nobody that was truly disturbed by that fucking shit gets on that jury. The only motherfuckers allowed to be on that jury are motherfuckers that were not disturbed. And if you were not disturbed, you were okay with it. That motherfucker gonna get off and you should break they motherfucking shit when they do. March 9th. 2021, walking on treadmill, still watching Interstellar. Motherfuckers in that time canyon. Shit's weird. So, today, well, tonight, really, because it's just barely, I think it's like 1 o'clock right now. I went out riding on my motherfucking scooter because I like riding that motherfucker around at night and shit. And there's this path on the Jordan River It's the Jordan River Trail. That motherfucker goes like, and said it goes all the way down to motherfucking the Salt Lake, the actual Salt Lake. And then it goes like, I think, down to Sandy. I haven't been able to get past Sandy, but she be talking about it goes all the way down by Provo. But it has all these divergent paths and shit. You go off one path and it ends in a fucking dead end, and you go off another path that ends in a, it keeps going. So you basically just figure out what direction you're going and go. So anyway, I ride through that motherfucker. I mean, I'm riding down the motherfucking path and shit. And part of it goes through the not country, but there's like an apartment building. You're going behind it, and then it's the river to the right and just kind of woods to the left. So it's kind of the country for about a mile or two. Well, maybe about 3 or 4 miles actually. Nah, I don't know. It's about fucking 2 or 3 miles. Let's put it that way. River on one side, fucking woods on the other. So I get past the apartments. I'm flying 20 miles an hour down that motherfucker. Just, pew! I'm having a blast. It's fucking nighttime. I got music fucking blasting. I'm singing along. And then out of the fucking woods comes this motherfucking little animal. It looks like a cat. So I'm like intrigued by the fact that this, I'm going 20 miles an hour on my scooter. I got my light on, and this fucking cat is like not taking off. Like it got on the road and just started running in front of me. And so I thought it was cool and shit. I started, catching up to the motherfucker. And I realized it's got a bushy tail pointing straight up. I hit my brakes fast as fuck, man. That was a fucking skunk. I be smelling skunks around this motherfucker all the time. So that shit is crazy. I saw that motherfucking skunk, man, and my bravery, cause I mean it's dark as fuck, and I'm riding through the fucking woods, and like I ain't worried about shit. I'll fuck a motherfucker up. So it's like I'm feeling brave as fuck, having fun, riding through the motherfucking shit. Even seeing a little animal, it didn't like shake me until I realized it was a fucking skunk. And I stopped that shit quick as fuck. I just turned that bitch around. Went back fast as fuck, man. I made it maybe a mile down that motherfucker. Before I was like, fuck this, man. All these fucking animals jumping out. It's probably a gang of animals live by that motherfucking river. And them little wooded areas and shit for them to hang out in. I was like, man, I'm out. And I was catching up to that motherfucker too, man. Some bitch could have sprayed me right in the fucking face. I'd have felt like an asshole. I made it out. Man, I bet you if I'd have followed that motherfucker just a little bit closer, he'd have sprayed my ass. Now, so that happened. As far as the news, Kiss the Cinema talking about motherfuckers being sexist. talking shit about her motherfucking looks. Well, nobody talking shit about her motherfucking looks. Well, I mean, some people might have been. But I was talking about the fact that she looked unprofessional. And I believe if a dude dressed that way, like he on his way to a motherfucking party, while he motherfucker's supposed to be doing the people's work, then I think motherfuckers should have something to say. That don't mean I didn't call her a fucking piece of shit because of the way she dresses. I call her a piece of shit because of the way she votes and acts. Fuck that bitch. Sexist. Yes, I call her a bitch. But fuck her. For real. This chick, I don't know if she telling the truth, but she said she grew up poor as fuck. Like she said she motherfucking was squatting inside some motherfucking gas station for like 3 years. With no water, no electricity. She sounds a whole lot like the way I grew up. I can't imagine growing up the way I did and coming out an asshole like that. That chick fucking conned her way into getting fucking voted in as a Democrat and ain't been nothing but a fucking goddamn Republican. This voting and acting like a Republican. When Trump gave $1 million fucking them corporate tax cuts, all the fucking millionaires and billionaires got all that money that they was supposedly gonna trickle down on the little folk, but of course they never did because duh. Kristen Sinema got up there and given a fucking standing ovation with the rest of the fucking Republicans. That motherfucker is a Republican. She's a fucking conservative Democrat. That's why I shit on that bitch. As far as yeah, man, I think you a shitty person if you grow up poor and then you fucking shit on fucking poor people. And the way she come out giving that fucking thumbs down, all fucking theatrical and shit, motherfuckers had the right to call her ass out. She's a fucking fraud. Punk ass can't get elected as a Republican, so she fucking be a Democrat, fucking up the Democrat shit. Stupid ass Democrats. Fucking Andrew Cuomo, that motherfucker got 2 more like subordinates. Came out and said that motherfucker was inappropriate. Republicans talking about they finna impeach his ass in the state senate in New York. That motherfucker got to go. They even jumping on Chris Cuomo because his brother. And it's like, goddamn, you really want this motherfucker to do a goddamn story about his fucking brother? Like, what he supposed to say? You know what I'm saying? Get up there and shit on his motherfucking brother and be like, you happy now, motherfuckers? Fucking little pound of flesh. I don't give a fuck what he did. That's his brother. To expect this motherfucker to come out and shit on his fucking brother, or come out and mistakenly give a super lightweight fucking journalistic take on his brother, would be fucking stupid. So if you ain't gonna go hard and go real, then why do the fucking story at all? And who the fuck is the type of asshole that wants to fucking go do a shitty fucking story about they fucking kin? People ain't like that, and that's fucking asking a little bit too much. In my opinion. That don't mean you're a shitty journalist because you don't want to go fucking shit on your brother for fucking all time in history. don't give a fuck what Andrew Cuomo did. Chris Cuomo ain't got no business covering that story. So all these hating ass motherfucking liberals and Republicans running around bitching that Chris Cuomo doesn't want to do that story. Ask yourself this: unless you hate your kin, would you want to do that fucking story? All you fucking asshole journalists wagging your finger and talking shit. All you faux journalists, really? Because those are the ones that are really doing the bitching, motherfuckers on social media, Twitter, YouTube. That's fucking beyond cynical to accuse this motherfucker of being an asshole. I ain't the biggest Chris Cuomo fan. Like, the motherfuckers that hold it down for me in cable fucking news is the black women. The black women are holding it down. You can tell these motherfuckers come straight from the journalistic tree of Gwen Ifill. I be seeing Gwen Ifill's sister out there killing it, doing big things. And Joy Reid and man, there's a whole bunch of them. I ain't even gonna start. But black women holding it down for black people on fuck cable news, because they get to be themselves. They get to be real. Black dudes, they always got a motherfucking Bryant Gumbel themselves. And I just can't fuck with a motherfucker that feels the need to change up their motherfucking style and personality just to make your ass feel comfortable. Fuck that. So while I don't hate like Don Lemon like it seems like a lot of these motherfuckers do, I like Don Lemon, alright. I like what's his name on NBC News, like the primetime Lester Holt. He's alright. But all these dudes gotta Bryant Gumbel themselves to get on TV. And most of them gotta be gay. Like that little dude on MSNBC, what's Jonathan Capehart? I think that's his name. Like, that dude knows his business. He's smart as fuck. But he talk like Bryant Gumbel and he gay. Don Lemon talk like Bryant Gumbel and he gay. I mean, he at least got a little bit of bass in his voice. But as a black motherfucker on the news, I mean, I don't know shit about that dude on NBC, but I imagine he probably gay because all these other motherfuckers is. It's like gay black dudes are clearly not a threat. You put some motherfucker like me on the news, they gonna be like, man, this dude wants to fuck my wife. Turning it off. So they keep them gay and they keep them soft. That's how they do. But black women, these motherfuckers is doing a real good job of telling the news and including us. So, I mean, Don Lemon does a lot of talk about race too. So I ain't hating. It's just, it's not his substance, it's his style that I really don't like. You know, the way these motherfuckers gotta talk that way and act that way. And the only way you can motherfucking be a goddamn news anchorman in fucking goddamn United States is if you fucking goddamn gay. That's some bullshit. I mean, it don't gotta be one of those toxically fucking hetero motherfuckers that are just like, what's that shit? Toxic masculinity shit. I mean, you ain't gotta be that. But it almost seems like if you black, you gotta be gay. If you a dude on fucking TV. Fuck, we're not talking about Andrew Cuomo. Fuck it. But yeah, he's getting kicked in the balls super hard. He's got motherfucking Medicaid that he cut that led to the fucking people dying in nursing homes and hospitals and instead of hospitals and moving people back and forth, massaging numbers. He did all that shit. Then he tried to get somebody to take the fall for it. And then he threatened people for if they wouldn't support him. And then motherfuckers start coming out with these goddamn accusations and shit. And all of them are credible. It doesn't matter if you old school and you didn't know better. Some of them shits are very recent. Now, like I said, 4 of them motherfuckers are goddamn subordinates. That shows a very obvious pattern. A pattern that's like, okay, this is such a fucking pattern that this dude has clearly done this shit a lot and got away with it. Touching motherfuckers inappropriately, asking questions about their fucking personal life, ain't none of your business. Shit like that. That's a fucking pattern. So I don't like these fucking centrist Democrats. I ain't finna be out there fucking defending these motherfuckers. Like, I didn't like that one accusation from the wedding because she wasn't no subordinate. So still, I don't even fucking count that one. But 4 fucking subordinates saying very similar shit, and one of them even saying you actually did kiss. Dude got to go. So I mean, Republicans are the ones that are like talking about impeachment. They're gonna impeach his ass. There's a couple more Democrats calling for his firing, but ain't gonna have too many motherfuckers out there defending him because some of this shit is within the time after Me Too. So even if you didn't know no better before Me Too, like, even if you didn't know no better, we all knew it was wrong because there's been all kinds of movies and different fucking shows and documentaries about sexual harassment way before Me Too. So even motherfuckers knew they could get away with it, they still knew it was wrong. What is that, that working 9 to 5 with Dolly Parton? Dolly Parton, the one country chick that I love. I fucking love Dolly Parton. Not big into her music, but I've always loved Dolly Parton. She's a good person. But yeah, she did a movie 9 to 5. Like back when I was a little kid. And it was about sexual harassment and working for a dickhead. So motherfuckers have known about sexual harassment and how foul it was for a long time. Motherfuckers just getting away with it for a long time. And then Me Too, they all got called out on it. So even the motherfuckers that pretend, oh, I didn't know what was going on until Me Too. Yes, you did, motherfucker. You knew that shit wasn't right. Now, it don't sound like he's fucking Harvey Weinstein and pulling his dick out. None of that shit. But still, touching motherfuckers. And you probably did kiss that broad. That dude got to go. I mean, he ain't gonna resign. But when the Republicans impeach his ass, ain't no Democrats gonna stick up for him. They should. That dude stupidly taking advantage of his position. He could have just went out there and motherfucking had fun as goddamn bachelor and fucking mayor of New York. Fucking with your subordinates. tent. The fuck? Walking on a treadmill. Watching Bad Boys 2. This movie is ass. But it's got some good action. Man, I turned the page and I noticed I got this motherfucking movie that I made when I was like in my 20s. I don't even remember when I made this motherfucker. But it's called Don't Watch This. I think it's like a fucking snuff type film, like them Faces of Death movies. I think I made one of them motherfuckers, like just gathering a bunch of shit off the internet, like they used to just let you have access to anything, man. You wanna watch motherfuckers die? You wanna watch crazy shit happen to people? You can just see that shit. Now it's like, I imagine you gotta go to like, so I don't fuck with that shit no more, but you gotta go to special like websites to see that shit. But back in the early days of the internet, you see somebody get their fucking head chopped off, fucking type that shit in there, then it was just that easy. I said I was gonna watch all of these motherfuckers. Not only that, I got like a couple UFO, like different clips of UFOs. I got like 2 6-hour fucking videos of that shit. And mostly it's just fucking hard to see lights and, you know, shit that's out of focus. And man, I got like fucking 10 hours of that shit. So I'm like this, man. I said I was gonna watch all these fucking movies. I remember saying that I was gonna watch every little fucking thing I got in this motherfucker. Cause goddamn, some of that shit is boring as fuck. They don't even be talking. It just be some blurry looking shit flying around. And some motherfuckers say it's a UFO. This movie is so stupid. So I got like 10 hours of UFO blurry bullshit. If I watch that, I'm watching it on fast forward. Cause it's fucking trash. You know what I'm saying? I was into that shit though. Cause I've seen 2 UFOs in my life. I ain't bullshitting. I seen 2 of them motherfuckers. That don't mean I say I seen motherfucking a goddamn ET or a motherfucking alien step out. None of that shit. I don't know what the fuck I seen. Hence the word unidentified. But I seen 2 motherfucking things. So I think when I like started seeing this shit, even though they was like well apart in time. I think I was 19, staying with my sister up on like, damn, not too far away from like, it was like 47th and 20, and like 27th. I was staying with my sister in a little apartment, like sleeping on her couch and shit. And then saw some shit then. And then when I was living on like 21st South and State, somewhere around there. And we had this big ass bay window that was off to the left, and then the TV's over here. And I saw something fly into that motherfucking window. Not into the window. I saw it fly into the area that you could see out of the window. So maybe that got me interested in these motherfucking UFOs. So I would look all over the internet to see if, you know, what else was out there and shit. And there is some interesting shit out there. And then there's some very obviously made up bullshit that you know is motherfuckers is faking and fucking with you. So that's the thing. the likelihood that you're gonna be able to fucking record a UFO, because it happens so fast and it's so crazy that it's just unlikely. So when you see these motherfuckers with like videos of UFOs that look like perfect, they're just lucky to fucking be there, 99.99999 guaranteed that those motherfuckers are fake. Because it's such a random fucking thing. I don't give a fuck if you got your phone in your fucking hand. You're not just gonna fucking see a UFO, at least it's moving fast. You're not gonna see that motherfucker and then have time to fumble with your phone and try to get to the fucking camera on. That shit don't work. If you see a UFO, typically, you just fucking look at that son bitch and try to appreciate it. Now, if it is going long enough, then then you might have a chance, especially nowadays. When I saw my first one, that was before fucking camera phones. It was before all that shit. So I saw that shit. It looked like something falling through the sky. It fell right in front of the moon. So I saw it perfectly. Then I thought about running and trying to find a real camera, because I'm sure there was one in the house somewhere. But it was like panic. It was like, do I leave what I'm seeing to go look for something that might be able to record it? Or do I just fucking watch? So I just watched. I watched something fall down the sky right past the motherfucking moon. I don't know, it could have been a fucking satellite, it could have been space trash, it could have been anything. And the other thing I seen is this fucking undescribable. Like, some shit fucking came flying in at a ridiculous speed, like way faster than anything I ever seen. Came flying into my window, like into my window section so I could see it. And then took off in another direction, fast as fuck. Took like less than probably a second. It was that fucking fast. Something came in, it either came in and appeared, just all of a sudden appeared out of nowhere, or it came in so fast that it looked like it appeared. Stopped on a dime, if that was the situation. And then took off to the south. So I would say it was coming in from the east. If it came in real fast, it came from the east. Pew! Or just all of a sudden appeared. Maybe turned the lights on or whatever, and then it was seen. And then all of a sudden, down south, it just flew off to the south. That's what I saw. 1 second. Whatever it was fucking crazy. I ain't never seen nothing like that again. But I do remember being very interested in seeing what else was out there on the internet about UFOs. And a lot of it looked like bullshit. A lot of it very obviously was bullshit. But some of it is just lights that motherfuckers are very clearly interested in floating around their shit. And when you see lights floating around your shit, motherfuckers tend to record that shit. So I got hours and hours of shit in. You have no idea what it is. You don't know if it's a UFO. It could be a fucking balloon. It could be whatever the fuck, man. But I got hours of that shit. And not one of them is actually something that I would say, damn, that shit look like a UFO or some shit. It's all random blurry lights. And I got like 10 hours of that shit I'm supposed to fucking watch because I said I was gonna watch it. If I watch that shit, I promise I'm watching that shit on motherfucking fast forward. I ain't sitting through that fucking 10 hours of that shit. And as far as this fucking Faces of Death bullshit I got, and this ain't Faces of Death. I mean, they are actual videos called Faces of Death with a bunch of dead, weird, morbid shit for weird motherfuckers. I don't know why I was fucking into that shit. I think I fucking saw like somebody get their head chopped off and it kind of fucked me up. Like, I was like, man, that is fucked up. And I don't know if I just wanted to like see what else was out there, if I could fucking handle the worst of the internet. But I got a feeling there's some fucking terrible shit on this goddamn video. I mean, I call it "Don't watch this" for a reason. I don't know why I didn't just throw the motherfucker away. But it's in this motherfucker, so I'm gonna watch it. But I mean, that could be anything. That could be porno on this motherfucker. Like, this is from my early 20s. I have no idea what's on this motherfucking movie.
Smell my ass burn. Mike, why don't you just give it a little kiss, man? You know, so
This shit is so fucking stupid.
Isn't Ricky Martin having a concert? Fuck home. You always gotta go racial, man.
I
think it's cool, man. You hit the meat. You ain't nowhere near the hole.
Yeah, there ain't really no news. I was thinking about I said something the other day about Bernie ain't go to jail. Bernie went to protest jail. Or riot jail. I don't remember exactly what I called it. But I said it wasn't real jail. And motherfucker watching that be like, what? The fuck does that even mean? Jail is jail. Nope. I've been in 2 riots. When I was when the Bulls won. I think it was either the first and second or the second and the third. But when they won, motherfuckers in Chicago lost their motherfucking shit. You know what I'm saying? It was like party time. So I think Chicago just wasn't used to winning shit. So when the Bulls won, it was like, I think it was just a celebration that just got out of control. That's what it seemed like to me. And man, when you, like I said, you do stupid shit when you in a fucking mob. The dumbest fucking, at least top 3, definitely, of the dumbest fucking things I've ever done was during one of them motherfucking riots.
I love myself.
It was like,
Yes, you do.
it was like, God damn it. This fucking movie, man. I ain't gonna be able to fucking get through this shit. Fuck. I'm trying to. It's like distracting the fuck out of me. This might not even be motherfucking worth it. God damn it. I'm trying to motherfucking talk about some real shit and I can't fucking get it out because I'm watching this stupid ass movie.
Okay, maybe I did the group thing once.
Okay, so the differences in jail and in fucking riots and all that shit, that's what I was talking about. Like, oh yeah, the stupidest thing I ever done. Alright, so I was a little fucking gangbanger at this time. And I can't remember what I did. I think it was fighting another kid in the gang. But we was supposed to get what they call a violation. That's where everybody punches you, like in the arms or chest. They can't hit you in the face. They can't kick you. But everybody walks by and hits you because me and this dude had got into a fight and we was in the same motherfucking game. Same clique. So, as we about to get this violation, these kids is lined up getting ready to hit us and shit. We standing against the motherfucking fence. And it ain't shit anyway. None of this shit hurts. But, you know, that's how fucking gangster shit, gang life is. Dumb shit like that. A bunch of kids about to fucking walk down the line and fucking punch us as they go by. As this shit's about to happen, me and this dude standing on the fence getting ready to get hit. This motherfucker comes running at this kid. We called him Killer. this he was like standing over the violation. He was like watching it, and he was like the leader of us, and he was gonna watch it go down. Somebody comes running out of his house. The Bulls won. It was like that. So all of a sudden, all us kids, you know, we in the middle of about to do a violation, and I'm about to get one. We all forgot about that shit. It's like all that shit just went out the fucking door. We just all turned into a bunch of kids. We weren't no longer a gang. We just a bunch of fucking happy kids jumping around and high-fiving and being happy. And immediately Killer was like, man, let's go up to Madison. And we had one car. It's probably like 25 motherfuckers. So the first motherfuckers that got to the car, I mean, Killer was taking his time. He was the one that was gonna drive. But everybody else just bum rushed that shit. And that shit was filled up way before I could get anywhere near it. So it was, I don't know, it probably had to be like 6, 7 motherfuckers in the back seat. Probably 5 motherfuckers in the front seat. Then Killer got in and wasn't nobody else getting in. But I wanted to go. I wanted to go up fucking Madison. That shit sounded fun as fuck. I wasn't finna let him leave me behind. So, me and this kid named Lance, I don't know if I thought about it or if he thought about it. I really can't remember who thought about it. But we fucking decided to get on top of the car. And Killer was okay with it. We was like, let us get on top. So we jumped off. Lance is on the left. I'm on the right. We're holding on to each other and holding on to the car, basically. Like, we each got hold of a window, and then we're holding each other for stability. Killer takes off. Phew. We going like 70 miles an hour down a fucking one way. Flying past all the fucking stop signs. I remember Lance was screaming, let me off, stop. He's just fucking screaming his fucking eyes out. Like, he was screaming. He was scared. So at one of the stops, I think we made it through like 2 stop signs before he stopped. And then Lance got off. But I wouldn't get off. I was like, fuck that. In for a pound, in for a motherfucking, what is it? In for a penny, in for a pound. So now I got my hands on both of the motherfucking windows. And Killer takes off again. He flies down. And I'm hanging on. I mean, it was scary as fuck, but it wasn't no scarier than being on a fucking roller coaster. But if anything had happened, if anything had even slightly gone wrong, I would almost certainly be dead. That was a fucking stupid thing to do. It turned out all right. But man, he's running fucking stop signs. These streets in Chicago, a lot of them, they're one way and they have motherfuckers parked on both sides of the street. So there's like a really narrow fucking area to drive down. And the way a lot of these kids used to drive, because we kids and shit, it was ignore the fucking stop signs. You know what I'm saying? Just go. Plenty of accidents. Tons of accidents. I mean, we flew through that shit without hitting any stop signs except the one to let Lance off. That shit was scary. When I look back on it, it was scary. When I was living it, I was just fucking having a blast. But man, the slightest thing would have went wrong, I'd been gone.
He's my brother, okay?
So as we get to motherfucking Madison,
Hey, I ain't say I was scared. Something wrong with you.
I'm still on top of the motherfucking car. And it's other motherfuckers out there too, like starting to gather. And of course, it's the fucking police out there. And they're like, hey, you, get off of that car, over the fucking bullhorn. Obviously, they talking to me. Killer slows down enough and lets me off. And then they have to go find somewhere to park. So I get left behind. So I kind of just walk around and fucking shit myself. Just, you know what I'm saying? seeing what's going on, and it was very clear that this fucking shit was turning from a goddamn, it was going from a fucking happy celebration, and it was very obviously turning to a riot. Like, cause motherfuckers was just happy and just breaking shit. It's weird. It's like motherfuckers wasn't mad. It was like motherfuckers was happy, so they was breaking shit. That's a fucking mob. It's the stupidest thing you'll ever be a part of. Being part of a fucking mob. You don't think. You think like an organism. Like everybody in the mob is like one organism, and you all think with a fucking hive mind. I swear to God, it's the weirdest shit. Most intelligent motherfucker in the world gets wrapped up in a fucking mob, and you just lose your shit. Go jumping on top of a motherfucking car, going 70 miles an hour down the fucking one way. Like that shit. Mob mentality is crazy. Motherfuckers breaking shit everywhere. So I get home. So I just went back home because I was like, fuck it, man. I'm by myself because they had fucking probably made it about 4 or 5 blocks before they could park. So I wasn't finna go trying to run through these motherfucking crowd and catch up with these motherfuckers. So I just bounced. So I go home, see if I check in with my cousins and shit. And it's like starting to get dark. It's like dusk. And you can see fires popping up around the place and shit. Like around the city. So shit was getting real. So I walked home. It was probably about 6-7 blocks to walk to get home. Or get back to the crib in Chicago. So none of my cousins is home as I get there. And they aunt, she's like worried. She's looking worried. She asked me if I seen TJ or Barry. And I was like, nah, I ain't seen neither one of them. That's who I was coming back to get, and we was gonna go back out together and shit, really. if I'd actually found them. But yeah, she was like, they ain't here, and they was gone, and she was worried because she knew shit was popping off. So I was like, all right, man, I'll go find them. So I decided to look around the neighborhood. I go up the street about a block. There's a Puerto Rican store, an arcade, and they're all being broken into. Like motherfuckers going in and out. Like just calmly walking in, calmly walking out. So I poked my head into the fucking Puerto Rican store. Poke my fucking head. Didn't even get to actually walk in or nothing. Looking around, I yelled, TJ. See if anybody would motherfucking, if he was in there or anybody would hear my voice and recognize me. As I turn back around, I'm still outside the store. As I turn back around, there's the fucking police with his fucking gun drawn on me telling me to fucking freeze. Like I'm doing something. I'm literally calling out for my cousin. And this motherfucker, not even inside. I like poke my head into the store and call. And the motherfucker draw down on me, so it's just perfect fucking timing on my part. And the motherfucker sees that, you know, I'm dressed nicely. I got like Oakland Athletics. You fucking assholes. Fucking spam call. I had like a Oakland Athletics jersey on. You know what I'm saying? I was looking nice. My shit was clean. And I had a beeper. So this bitch ass motherfucker runs up, snatches my beeper, and breaks it. I mean, just assuming that I was a drug dealer. Which I wasn't at that time. I was just your normal run-of-the-mill gangbanger at that time. But I had a beeper. Because everybody had a fucking beeper. And the dickhead broke my shit and then fucking put me in cuffs and took me to motherfucking jail. This was protest jail. This was not a real fucking jail. This was getting motherfuckers off the street. Because I didn't do nothing. They didn't have anything to actually fucking charge me with. All they fucking did was take me to a precinct, fucking did my name, process and all that shit. Put me in a fucking like a drunk tank cell for about a half hour. Got me all processed and all that shit, and let me go. I imagine they probably checked for warrants or something like that. And they let me go. No ticket, no nothing. They just let me go. Maybe it was in there while the riot was going on. I don't know what the fuck. But I know I wasn't in there for more than a half hour. No court, no ticket, no nothing. It was protest jail. It was at a precinct. They didn't actually take me to the fucking county like they would if I had really gotten in real fucking trouble. They would not have just let me go from a fucking precinct a half hour or an hour later after checking my fingerprints and all that shit. That's not real jail. That's what happens when you get knocked in a fucking protest or a riot. As long as you're not out actually breaking shit or actually doing anything to hurt somebody, they can't lock you up. They can't lock you up for protesting. So what they do is they snatch you up to get you off the street, throw zip ties or fucking handcuffs on you, make a big deal out of it, throw a bunch of you motherfuckers in a goddamn paddy wagon, and then they take you off to a fucking precinct, and if they fucking fingerprint you, if they run you for fucking warrants, that's it. They then let you out because you can't arrest people for protest. They can find out who you are, and if you do have a warrant, then you get in trouble. But if you don't, it's not even a slap on the wrist. It's a pretend slap on the wrist. And that's why a lot of these fucking white liberals find it like a badge of honor to get arrested during a riot or get arrested during a protest. They can say, hey, I see, look at me. I went to jail fucking fighting for mine, fighting for what I stand up in for. But no, the fuck you didn't. You did not go to jail. I mean, I imagine some motherfuckers do, especially motherfuckers that break shit. But if you just out calmly, or even not calmly, but you're not hurting or breaking anything, and you're just protesting, they can't arrest you for anything. They can take you off the street according to their city's rules. But they can't arrest you. All they could do is check you for like warrants and check your fingerprints. That is not real jail. That's protest jail. Real jail is what happened to me when I went to fucking jail for selling drugs or for smoking weed in a park. That's real jail. And protesters know the difference. They pretend that it's, oh, Bernie went to fucking jail. I use Bernie because he's the obvious one nowadays that everybody's always pointing to as, ooh, Bernie went to jail. No, you motherfuckers just don't know what the fuck you talking about. Bernie got arrested in a protest. No doubt. Motherfuckers are taking pictures of it. They made sure. Bernie definitely fucking went to jail or got arrested. But what all of y'all motherfuckers don't know, because you ain't had the fucking, quite frankly, there's nothing to brag about, but the ridiculous fucking experiences that I've had, I understand the difference between protest jail or riot jail, whatever I call it, and real jail, because I've been to both. That fucking pig arrested me basically because I looked like somebody he wanted to get off the street. But that was it. I wasn't doing nothing that he could actually charge me with. So they fucking go process me. They fucking see if I had a warrant probably. And then a little bit later, they let me go. I didn't have to go check and see if I got probation. I didn't have to go to an additional court case. I didn't have to pay off no ticket. None of that. It's not real. It's just to get you off the street. So that's the difference. I'm not saying that there ain't motherfuckers out there that go out and get their skull cracked and fight and do all kinds of shit. And these people are white, brown, black, everybody. And they do it for what's right. And they face real consequences. When I see these fucking protesters, oftentimes whites, this is just a fact, like happily and gleefully getting arrested in a protest, it's like that shit goes onto their like street cred. Ooh, I fucking got arrested for mine. I was like, that's how down for mine I was. I went to jail. But you didn't. You got arrested, no doubt. But you didn't go to jail because they can't take you to jail for protesting. So when you see those pictures of Bernie supposedly going to jail for my ass, recognize Bernie got arrested for protesting. Bernie probably got processed, fingerprinted, and let the fuck go. Because you can't arrest somebody for protest in America. That's all I'm saying. Now, Bernie was out there breaking shit. Maybe that's something I need to find out about. But from what I saw, it looked like a motherfucker was goddamn protesting and they fucking snatched him up. That happens to millions of people. That is not real jail. It's protest jail. And I don't like Bernie trying to motherfucking make his bones with the lefties by pretending that protest jail is the same thing as real jail. You don't get locked up for protesting in America. They can take you off the street real quick, but you don't get locked up. It's all y'all people. That's what I mean by Bernie ain't go to jail for me, and Bernie didn't go to real jail. He went to riot jail. He went to protest jail. And there is a difference. March 10th. It's March 11th, 2021. Walking on treadmill, watching Bad Boys 2. This movie has excellent action. Top-notch action. Like, if it was just action, this motherfucker would be a 10. But and it's got some good jokes in it, no doubt. But it's got so many jokes. It's too many jokes. It's like these motherfuckers is constantly joking when it's real shit happening. So it's a comedy. It's an action comedy, so. But I don't know. The movie is probably like a 6. The action is like a 10. But the actual fucking movie is like a 6. It's just too much bullshit in between all the action. It's fucking Michael Bay. So it's not a surprise. It's March 11th. Got a couple anniversaries on this motherfucker. Fukushima. Is it Fukushima? Or is it Fukushima? I'm being stupid, but that was some real shit. 10 years ago, they had a magnitude 9.1 earthquake hit on the coast of Japan, and it wrecked shit. They had a nuclear plant in Fukushima that faltered majorly. Big ass tsunami came at. I need to fucking reiterate something. I don't think y'all motherfuckers really understand what the fuck I'm saying. I think my kids definitely will. 9.1. They had a 9.1 fucking magnitude earthquake off the coast that created that motherfucking tsunami that wrecked shit. 9.1. I mean, as fucked up as that shit was, it only killed 20,000 motherfuckers, which is like a lot of people, obviously. But it seemed like it was the tsunami that did most of the motherfucking murder. The fucking earthquake was off island. Can you imagine if they got hit with a fucking 9.1 on the island? Like a fault line traveling through Japan hits them with a 9.1. I mean, I read a lot of like, or I have read, and I like reading and learning about Japanese culture, like ancient and like what's going on nowadays. Like I read Shogun, that's one of my favorite books ever, and I played this game called Sekiro. It's from the Sengoku era, back when Shogun, the book is very similar. Back when they had all the feudal lords and the samurais and motherfuckers running around and daimyos and all that shit. I like reading about that shit. It's fucking interesting. And the way the Yakuzas had kind of like evolved from the old families back in the samurai days. I like that shit. That shit is fucking interesting to me. But man, when you see the way they build, that's gotta have something to do with why there was only 20,000 motherfuckers that died. Because they don't build like we do with like all the heavy bricks and I mean, I might be overgeneralizing, but because they have a lot of earthquakes, they build their buildings light. Like back in the day, they used to build them out of paper and shit, basically. Nice climate, and you have a lot of fucking earthquakes. It makes sense to build light. So even though they're not building them out of paper no more, I still think I gotta imagine, because where they are and their history, they're still building light. So you get hit with a 9.1 fucking magnitude, it doesn't murder everybody in the city like it would somewhere in India or in these other places where you see these big earthquakes that just fucking devastate everything. They motherfuckers lucky they build lightly and they build smartly. Because a lot of them motherfuckers was able to get away from the tsunami by running uphill and some, jumping on motherfucking trees and all kinds of shit. And the fact that it hit offshore, I gotta imagine made a major difference. Because if they would have got hit square in the middle of Japan with a fucking 9.1, I gotta imagine that'd have been like a fucking nuke. Like seriously, I'm not even fucking exaggerating. That's the 10-year anniversary of fucking the earthquake that hit Fukushima. 10 years ago, March 11th. 1 year ago, March 11th, we got hit with a fucking 5.7 that started out a little bit past Magna. Like I already told you, it's the scariest shit I ever been a part of. I panicked, all that shit. I freaked the fuck out. That shit was scary as fuck. But our shit was a 5.7. A fucking 9.1 would have crumbled a fucking mountain probably. Jesus, that was so scary. Like I told you, it was the scariest shit I ever been a part of. Let me try to fucking describe it. I wake up shaking back and forth in my bed. Like, I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, I'm being fucking shake back and forth on my bed. And I'm being shaken so much, like I'm a light sleeper. So the second I started shaking, I woke up. But I'm still in my fugue state. So I'm like waking up as I'm being shook back and forth. And it's like it's like coming to me that I'm being shaken, like I'm moving back and forth, and I'm moving so hard that it throws me off my bed. So, like a ninja, I was sleeping, man. I like, instead of like falling and like splatting on my face, I kind of like pushed myself out as I realized I was falling. I pushed off the bed and like landed, one hand on the bed, one hand on the floor, and like on my knees, like I'm basically getting ready to run in a race. Like that's how I landed. I was like shaking on the bed, shake, flipped off the bed, grabbed it, landed like I was ready to take off in a race, facing the bed. As I look around me, I got the blinds open. So I'm in the basement. So the blinds are open and I can see the ground outside. And it's still not like fucking connecting to me. Like the neurons or whatever haven't fired off like in my brain yet. I'm still in my fugue state. I'm looking around as I'm starting to like stand up, and I'm like wobbly standing. It's like whoa. And I'm still in my fugue state, and I'm looking at the walls, and I'm looking at the outside, and I'm seeing everything moving back and forth. And as I'm like seeing this shit, I'm hearing this crushing, like, man, I can't even describe it. There's no fucking way to describe how angry and powerful and crushing and scary the fucking sound was. I don't even know how to fucking describe it. It was just like the earth was angry. That's what it was. Just imagine the earth being angry as fuck at you specifically. The earth was angry. I see that shit shaking by, like just shaking outside, like it was shaking. I see the fucking house in comparison to the ground, and it's shaking, and I'm realizing this fucking house that's shaking all over the place is on top of my head. So I start coming out of my fugue state. I'm like, I need to get the fuck out of here. That fucking thought rushed into my brain. Get the fuck out of this fucking basement. So the first thing I did was I faced my door. My door is put up by tacks. Like, it's not a real door. It's like a weather, like some weather shit. It just separates the room because I don't want to be trying to heat up two rooms. So as I look in my door, I'm like thinking because I'm still sleeping basically. I don't want to knock all my fucking tacks out and have to fucking be worried about stepping on them and shit. And I don't know if there's like another rumble or just the fucking reality that I'm bouncing back and forth and shit while I'm having this conversation with myself, whether I should slowly pick out every fucking tack and put them on the table like I normally do, or just rip this shit off and get the fuck out of there. And I don't know, it's like some kind of fucking instinct in me, because I was reaching out to just pull the tacks out nice and fucking calmly. But I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I just ripped the whole shit off. And also, this was a point where I had I don't know if it was from bowling or what, but we had went bowling and my fucking back had started hurting. Like I had a real fucking sciatica situation going on. And I think in the back of my mind I was like worried about myself running around like I was doing like with my sciatica, but it just like it fucking did not matter, man. That shit was so scary. It's like my mind was screaming, get the fuck out of there. So I just ripped the shit. And I remember I gotta run through the adjoining room. So I just flashed through there real fast. And then I grabbed the doorway and it's the stairs on my right. So I pushed myself through the doorway and just basically like fly up the fucking stairs. Like I launched myself out the doorway basically. Hit the stairs, grabbed the banister, shot up the fucking banister as fast as I could. Fucking house is still moving back and forth and shit. I get upstairs and by this time the kids are up and they're like standing around in the doorway like they've been taught to do and shit. I'm basically like still like I think I'm starting to wake up finally. Like when I look back, like the whole time I was clearly awake, but I was in a fugue state. I think by the time I got upstairs and I saw my kids and my girl, and they're all like standing around and the shit's still moving. The fucking the fish tank, water's fucking splashing all over the place. It's going crazy in there. The ceiling fan is like moving all over the fucking place. And the first thing I'm thinking is, let's get the fuck out of here. Like, it wasn't even a fucking question. I was like, hey, come on, let's go. Like, let's get the fuck outside. That shit was crazy. We fucking get outside. And I think it had stopped by the time I was upstairs looking at them. But it didn't matter because everything was still moving. So we needed to get the fuck outside in my mind. Like that whole shit about sit under a fucking table or stand in the doorway. Man, fuck fuck that shit. If you downstairs in a fucking earthquake and you stand in a doorway like an asshole, I'm just saying, man. You do not stand in a fucking doorway. You do not get under a desk if you can get the fuck out of there. If you can't, then yeah, that's the best you can do. Sit under a fucking desk or stand in a doorway. But if you can get the fuck out of there, you get the fuck out of there. That fucking house was, it had nothing in comparison to the fucking power of the earth. The power of the fucking earth could have brought that house down easily, right on top of my motherfucking head. And even on the second floor, when you're on the top, there's still a roof and all that shit over you. And the earth is just bashing this fucking whole foundation around. So yeah, you're better off on the second floor than you are on the basement. And if all you can do is get into a fucking doorway or under a table, then yes, do that. But no, don't just do that if you can get the fuck outside. Because being the fuck outside is always going to be safer than being inside, as long as you're not surrounded by big buildings. If you live like fucking downtown, like I used to, and you somewhere where you can't like go hide, you can't go outside because fucking debris falling from buildings and shit, you should absolutely stay in, which has gotta be scary as fuck, man. Think about how fucking the decision you have to goddamn make. You gotta make a fucking decision of stay inside this fucking crazy ass building that's moving back and forth all crazy and shit, or you can go outside and maybe one of those fucking buildings is gonna collapse and fucking fall on top of your ass anyway. Man, being downtown in a fucking earthquake would suck. But here, out here, where there's nothing but street, and yeah, there's some power lines and shit, but there's no power lines on our street. So the first thing I'm doing is getting the fuck outside, since there ain't no goddamn shit that I gotta worry about falling on my motherfucking head. Motherfuckers wanna stay in their house and cower underneath a table or some shit like that, hey, more power to you. I do not advise doing that shit in a fucking basement at any time ever. If you're in a fucking basement, you get your ass upstairs, as far upstairs as possible. As long as you're not going way up, you know what I'm saying, above street level. You want to be at street level or as close to street level as possible so you can get the fuck out as soon as the fucking shaking stops. But man, being downtown, that would be a whole nother fucking scenario. I saw these motherfuckers on TV, like, going through the fucking earthquake and shit, like I think it was the 2 News local crew. Like, they had that shit felt, or they felt that shit. And obviously, you know, they're in a big ass, huge glass type building. They can't go running outside. And that building's on rollers too. So it's the safety of it, but it also is gonna magnify the fucking shaking even more because they're on rollers. And I remember this dude is like calm as fuck, this news anchor man. And then it starts shaking. And that motherfucker, I think it even cut away from him for a second and shit, like, cause the earthquake was going on and you could like hear the shaking and everything. And the anchor man, he screamed out, "Holy shit!" Like, He was so scared. I mean, because who gives a fuck if you're on live TV, motherfucker? You fucking scared like everybody else. So they cut back to all the people in the studio and shit. Then they all had that dumbfounded look on their face. That dumbass, stupid ass, scared ass, crazy fucking look on your face when you're dumbfounded. They had it. Every single one of the motherfuckers in that studio had that exact same dumbass look on their face that we all had. I saw that look on my kid's face. I saw that look on Andy's face. I know that look was on my face. Everybody in Utah had that same dumbass, dumbfounded look on their face. Because this shit was so scary. Or I mean, at least everybody that could feel it. My brother apparently didn't even feel it. Like out where he was at, a little bit more south. But man, we felt that shit. And I got a clear understanding that I ain't never fucking understood. I always thought I understood, but we are insignificant. I ain't finna preach nobody. I already told motherfuckers how I feel about this earth. We are insignificant. Fucking earthquake, man. You just have to respect the power. Tornadoes. You have to respect the power. Tsunamis. Powerful. I'm just saying, man. There's some like real fucking power that we will just never be able to understand. That's all I'm saying. Happy anniversary to us in Fukushima. It's a fucking hell of an anniversary. I ain't never gonna forget that shit. March 11th was the scariest fucking few moments in my life. And then even after that, the fucking aftershocks. Like, being downstairs during a fucking earthquake, a 5.7, is scary as fuck. Because you, not only you're feeling yourself being jostled around, but you have the awareness that that motherfucker house can come flopping down on your ass at any time. Anytime. So you get the fuck out of there. You're scared. You don't want to get buried. But we had a 4.9 aftershock a couple days later. And me and Franco was up there playing video games and shit. And sitting right next to the motherfucking fish tank. And that shit hit. And it started moving the fucking house back and forth again. And the fucking fan moving right over our head. And the goddamn fucking fish tank shaking right next to us. That shit was scary as fuck too. And it's like a different sound. Like when you're downstairs, actually, like inside the earth, the basement's a good 6-7 feet down into the ground. So when you're downstairs and you feel that shaking and you hear the fucking craziness of the actual earth, the sounds coming from the earth, that shit is scary as fuck. But when you're upstairs, you basically getting shook more because you're upstairs. Like downstairs, you're getting a mixture of the earth shake and the house shake. And they kind of bounce and balance off each other, so it's not as rough. It's a lot scarier sounding, but the shaking isn't as much. But upstairs, you're not feeling any mixture of the fucking earth. You're just feeling the fucking house being shaken by the earth. And that shit is you're swaying even more back and forth. That shit's scary as fuck. You're not hearing the earth sounds, you're hearing the house sounds. The house sounds like it's cracking up and shit like that. That shit is scary as fucking shit. You know, once again, we was like, man, let's get the fuck outside. Got outside, waited for the shit to stop moving and shit, came back in. And it was like that for weeks. It's the psychological shit, man, that you're just like, anytime you feel like a car driving by, like a big ass truck, you just get ready, you fucking tense up, and you get ready for it to be another fucking earthquake. It's like post-traumatic stress. That you're living in post-traumatic stress, and you're feeling tremors, actual tremors. The 4.9 was the biggest one, but there were other smaller ones that were like in the 3s and the 2s that wouldn't shake you around, but you would feel them. And it would just bring that fucking anxiety level back up. That shit sucked, man. I'm telling you, for about 2 or 3 months, you just feel phantom shaking and shit. And you just be scared all of a sudden again. Man, I don't wish that shit on nobody. Fucking earthquakes suck. I mean, I imagine that's what it'd be like to be living in a war zone. Just constantly scared all the time, and scared for real reasons. And when you get over one fucking trauma and you start feeling the post-traumatic stress from it, you can't even get over it, because then another fucking trauma comes that you have to fucking get over. And they build up and build up and build up until you shell-shocked. You have a whole society of motherfuckers running around shell-shocked. Like, I could feel that shit just from a fucking little bit of goddamn going through an earthquake. Because the aftershocks just psychologically fuck you. You don't know if the next aftershock is going to be worse, or it's going to be something that you don't even feel. That shit is fucking scary to live in. I don't think I fucking slept in the basement probably for like the next 2 weeks after that shit. Like, I couldn't do it. It was fucking... That's crazy, man. Earthquakes are scary as fuck. Like, man, I hope we don't have to go through that shit again. I had never experienced an earthquake, at least a real one, while I lived here. And I had been here since I was, well, off and on since 17. So, hopefully, don't have another one for a very long time. And if we do, that I'm far enough away from it, like my brother was from this one, that I don't actually have to experience, because that shit sucks. And that was basically the news. Remembering Fukushima. I remember feeling some kind of way last year too about how come nobody fucking talked about a goddamn earthquake. Because everybody's talking about the pandemic and all the shit because it was new. It's kind of new still. So people were talking about the pandemic, and nationwide nobody mentioned our earthquake because nobody got killed in it. They built these motherfuckers well, apparently, because that shit was scary and powerful, and somehow no fucking houses collapsed. I mean, some shit collapsed, but not to the point where anybody got killed. So I guess it's a good thing that nobody was talking about us, because if motherfuckers had died, then probably we'd have got a lot more coverage. But thankfully nobody did. So the nationwide news was like, fuck them. But that was some legitimate, real fucking news from last year, March 11th. It's one of the scariest fucking times in my life. Easy top 3. Shit, if he out there fucking with his underlings. Just like I said. But these assholes need to let the fucking goddamn investigation play out. Letitia, what's her name? The black lady, attorney general. She know what the fuck she doing. Let her investigation play out, and all the rest of y'all just shut the fuck up until it does. Because to pretend that sexual harassment is only between older men and younger women is a fucking disgusting line. You motherfuckers know it. I got fucking, if you're going by the definition, I got sexually harassed pretty much every day I was working at the fucking rec center. Every day I was working at 7-Eleven. And every day I was working at Amico. According to you fucking assholes, the definition of sexual harassment, which is somebody older than you touching you. So, I'm just really sick of all these fucking innocent bitches on TV talking about how fucking terrible this motherfucker is. Knowing that if they ain't fucking personally sexually harassing their male underlings in the same way that they're complaining about Cuomo, then they know somebody that's doing it and they ain't got shit to say about it. Because that shit happened a lot. That shit happened so much that I know it still happens a lot. Because nobody cares about it. It's not a big deal for a woman to do it to a man. But it's the same fucking thing. And it's a whole bunch of fucking women that's out there doing that shit. And they fucking wagging their fucking finger at goddamn Andrew Cuomo. A person who I really don't fucking like. But I'm getting sick of seeing all this fucking finger wagging from these motherfuckers that pretend that sexual harassment only happens one way. I think I figured this shit out, man. Why this shit fucking bothers me so fucking much. I think sexual harassment is a real thing. But the words Me Too, before the Me Too, hashtag Me Too movement became a thing, like when I would describe somebody that's like just a fucking disgusting person in life, a shitty asshole, I would imitate those people by basically saying, me too, me too. Because I find those the most disdainful people on fucking planet. People that run around, never have ideas of their own, and always being like, me too, I agree with that guy. Like, that was the way I would fucking describe the most disdainful people in our fucking society. I would. Anybody that knows me, I'm sure, has heard me do that fucking me too shit. I used to do that way before this fucking hashtag Me Too movement ever came out. Because Me Too is the fucking essence of I don't know shit. I'm just agreeing. So I've always had disdain for hashtag Me Too. Because Me Too is just, I'm in agreement with that motherfucker. I don't think for myself, I just agree. Me too, me too. So I've always been disgusted by that shit. And hey, it could be as simple as the messaging, like defund the police. Motherfuckers don't like the way that sounds, so they don't like the fucking thought of it. Maybe it's, I don't like the way Me Too sounds, so I just don't like it. I find it fucking gross to be all like, me too. I never liked those type of people. And this was way before the fucking hashtag Me Too movement. Years, 10, 20 years before, when I've been fucking mocking people that say Me Too. I find that obvious shit. I think that's the opposite of independence. Motherfuckers running around talking about me too. So I ain't never liked that shit. But two fucking things that I find just disgusting in the nature of America. Like, when it comes to like sentiments that I can just never fucking agree with, and I never fucking will. And I find people that just say this shit as just the biggest fucking turn off. When I hear somebody say, believe women. Seriously. Hashtag believe women. Seriously. Shut the fuck up. You can't fucking just believe anybody. Motherfucker, show me some fucking proof. Come with some fucking evidence. But don't fucking tell me to goddamn just automatically believe your ass. Because you know who says that? Fucking liars. Believe me. Just believe me automatically. Fuck you. Hell no, I don't fucking believe fucking women. I don't believe men. I don't believe no motherfucker without some kind of fucking evidence. And that is the literal dumbing. Trying to get this whole fucking society to just automatically believe somebody because she got tits and ass. Get the fuck out of here. So no, I don't just fucking automatically believe women. I don't automatically believe nobody. And you a stupid motherfucker if you automatically believe anybody. Evidence, investigation, fucking gaining fucking knowledge over time that turns to wisdom. I believe that. Believing what just some motherfucker says just because they say it? Are you fucking stupid? No, I do not just believe women. I find that shit insulting. And fucking women should find that shit insulting. Believe women. The fuck out of here. Do I believe rape and sexual harassment and all kinds of fuck crazy shit happens? Fuck yeah, I do. Do I think some motherfuckers lie? Fuck yeah, I do. Do I know some motherfuckers lie? You goddamn right. And another one I don't like, another one that's just a shitty fucking just stain on this fucking goddamn moronic country. These dumb fucks that run around and saying you should never hit women. Get the fuck, like seriously, get the fuck out of here with your fucking ignorance. You're right even when you're wrong. Kind of loyalty that I would feel. And I would hope they would feel the same way about me. Jump for my shit even when I'm wrong. That's how I think family should be. That's how I think really good friends should be. But I would never just blindly talk myself into thinking that this person, because they're my family or my loved one, that they're 100% right and innocent. That's fucking stupid. I do not believe 100% you should never hit women. I think that's stupid fucking sentiment. And I do not believe that you should ever believe anybody 100% without fucking proof. Now, I'm not talking about some shit I saw on TV. Once again, I'm about to fucking go into some shit that I seen in real fucking life, that I fucking lived through. So remember I said, A couple of days ago, two of the fucking major regrets I have. One, letting that dude get jumped on in jail. And then I said, my little homie Jermaine got jumped on by two girls. And I didn't do nothing about it. And I always felt like shit. Well, I'm like fucking probably like 13, 12 or 13, something like that. So Jermaine probably about 11 or 10. He's like a year and a half younger than me. We at the little park, a little playground really, by the house, and we on the swings once again. Just chilling on the motherfucking swings like we always do, me and Jermaine. You know what I'm saying? Jermaine was my little friend from across the street and shit. Like, I had a lot of fucking really good friends, but I only had a few motherfuckers that I would call my best friends. Jermaine was one of my best friends. Like, that motherfucker couldn't wait for me to get to Chicago, and I couldn't wait to get back to Chicago because we was gonna go on some fucking adventures. Me and him and my cousin Barry. We was like all road dogs. And when I would go away, they would still kind of be friends, but when I would come back, it's like we would all just, you know, click, the three of us, real good. A lot of times in Chicago, when I go back to Minnesota and I come back the next year, a lot of the kids that I would hang out with would be gone. And I meet new kids to hang out with. It's like every year I have these like that Fight Club dude. He called them self-serving friends or something like that. Like, I had a lot of those where I meet them for a year, hang out with them real strong, and then next year I come back and they will be gone. And then I miss out on a lot of the summertime friendships in Minnesota also. So a lot of those friendships that I would gain over the year of school would be gone or different when I got back from Chicago. Inevitably. I'd have to meet new people. But Jermaine was like always there, at least when I was little. He was always across the street every year without fail. That motherfucker be there and we would hang tight. Like, that was my little dude. And yeah, so we're on the swings and these two girls walk up. One of them short and fat, little short, fat chick. Then one of them's a little bit taller and skinnier. She was almost probably close to my size, but not as big as me. But I was way bigger than Jermaine. So the tall girl was bigger than Jermaine. The short girl was probably about Jermaine's height, but she was a lot fatter. So they walk up to us kind of flirty, like flirting with me and shit. And the girl asked for my swing, like the tall girl. She's like, "Can I have your swing?" Being all sweet and shit, all up in my face. And I was like, "No, man, we just got here. I'm on this motherfucker for a minute. You can have it when I'm done." Like that. I wasn't like super rude to her, but I was like, "Nah, you can't have my shit. You know what I'm saying? You can have it later." Type shit. And cause I didn't give a fuck about no flirting. These bitches were not cute. Not at all. So and then she like turns to Jermaine and she's like doing the same thing to him. Like, she says, like, "Can I have your swing?" and all that shit, like kind of flirting with him. And Jermaine is that motherfucker. I don't remember exactly what he said, but I know that there's no way that this bitch is gonna walk up to Jermaine asking for a motherfucking swing, and he ain't gonna, in some way, shape, or form, call her a bitch. So I don't know if he's like, bitch, is you crazy? I ain't moving over my motherfucking swing. Or if he's like, I don't know what the fuck he said, but it was definitely some smart ass shit. Because that's how Jermaine was. You know what I'm saying? If somebody say something to him, he was gonna say whatever smart ass shit popped into his brain. And that's what he said. He probably said something like, bitch, hell no, get the fuck out of my face, or something like that. Because that's how Jermaine was. So the little short fat girl, she was like flirting with Jermaine on one side, and the tall girl, she's like flirting with Jermaine on the other side. And I'm just like kind of on my swing, swinging next to him. And Jermaine stopped swinging while he's talking to these girls. And then all of a sudden, this happened like from 1 to 11. In a split second, they started fucking punching him. While he was on the swing, he's sitting there on the swing, smiling, talking back and forth to these girls. And all of a sudden, both of them, boom, boom, started punching him in his face, punching him everywhere. Just fucking punching this kid. Same size as the little fat girl, smaller than the tall big girl, than the tall girl. They punching the shit out of him. They pull him off the swing as they're punching him and punching him. I mean, they beating the shit out of this kid. And as they pull him off the swing, he's yelling, "Help me, help me!" And I stopped swinging, obviously, as soon as the shit started happening. And I just, I'm looking at what's happening. These two girls beating the shit out of my best friend. Just feet away from me. And he's yelling for help. I'm literally on my swing just looking at this kid, and they are beating the shit out of him right in front of my fucking face. He's yelling to me to fucking help him. You know what I did? I said, like in a really trifling voice, like, they're girls. Like, that's what I said. Like, that was my answer to him yelling for help. I said, they're girls. Like, why would he be stupid enough to think that I'm gonna jump in and beat up some girls? Like, that's the fucking thought process that went into my brain as my best friend is getting the shit kicked out of him. I just thought, you can't hit girls. I had been taught that my whole fucking time that I had been in Minnesota, by all the teachers, by all the kids, by everybody in Minnesota, constantly telling us every day that you can never hit a girl, no matter what. So as I see these girls beating the shit out of my friend, that's what's going through my head. You don't hit girls. Like, the thought of, you do not hit girls. So I just sat on my swing, and my answer to my friend yelling, "Help me, help me," is, I just, like, they're girls. What am I supposed to do? They're girls. I can't help you. They're girls. Like, that was my answer to my friend getting the shit kicked out of him. They're girls. So as he realizes he ain't got no help coming from my bitch ass, my sorry fucking ass is sitting there watching him getting his ass kicked. And he's fucking realizing he ain't got no help coming from me. He starts fighting back. And Jermaine might be little, but that little motherfucker could fight. And as them punk ass bitches are punching him on his head, on his face, on his back, and his stomach, everywhere, scratching him, everything they could fucking brutally do to this kid, I'd say they got him for about a good 5 to 10 seconds before he fucking snapped out of it and realized he needed to fucking help himself out of this shit. And he went into his own little kind of version of a fucking tornado. A tornado of fists. And he just kind of worked his way out of that shit and just started swinging. And one of them swings caught the little fat bitch. He caught her straight in her motherfucking jaw. And, I remember that bitch. She fucking covered up her mouth. Got all excited, started crying, and fucking ran off. Like a little punk ass bitch that she was. The little fucking weasel. Fucking ferret. That bitch ran off. Left her punk ass tall friend. It was a beautiful shot too. He caught that bitch smooth in her motherfucking jaw and just shook her ass awake. 1 second she's this vicious fucking animal attacking this kid. The next second she's a fucking little girl that got smacked in the fucking mouth and she went running off with her punk ass. Fucking punk ass bitch. So now the fucking tall bitch, she realizes that she's on her own now. And her little friend ain't there helping her fucking hammer fist and pound the shit out of Jermaine. But she's a bad bitch. I'll give her that. She didn't fucking run. She didn't get scared. She didn't beg. She just fucking got ready to fucking fight. What oh what? Just got them hands up. Jermaine took about a second after that bitch fucking ran off. He locked onto that tall bitch and just proceeded to give that bitch a motherfucking boxing lesson, like brick, 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 brick. It was fucking poetic justice, man. Watching this bitch get her ass whooped. Let me tell you something. It's one of the fucking greatest things I ever seen. By this time, everybody in the fucking park, in the little playground now, they fucking gathered around and we're all fucking cheering this fight on. And the girl's standing up there with Jermaine, but Jermaine is just taking her apart. So all of a sudden she fucking bum rushes and grabs him. And as she grabs him and pulls him in, because she's bigger than him, she kind of locks him into like a hug, kind of bear hug, and falls over on top of him. And as she's falling, she bends like herself down and just latches onto his chest like a fucking bite. Like she's about to get this motherfucker the worst, most disgusting hickey that anybody's ever given anybody. She tried to fucking take a chunk out of this motherfucker's chest. I just remember him screaming like it was like his primal fucking animal scream. Like, yeah! Like, I can't describe it. He's a little fucking kid. He can raise his voice up way higher than I could. But it was that scream of motherfucking, now I'm about to kill your ass. Like, that's the way you can describe that scream. It's like, you put me in so much pain, now I'm about to kill your ass. And as he's screaming, he grabs her hair and like is pulling her off of him. And her fucking teeth are not letting go of his chest as he pulls her off. He finally gets her off, and you could see this big, nasty, bite mark, blood-filled, fucking huge, disgusting, gross hickey just like pulsating off of his fucking chest. And he fucking went ape shit. Like, after that, he fucking flipped that bitch over, got on top of her, and said, boom, 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 just landing punches on that bitch's face. Punching her, punching her, punching her. Just fucking handling that bitch. All of us kids are going crazy. I think it's all boys. And we're all just jumping around. Fuck yeah, beat that bitch's ass, kill that bitch, fuck that bitch up. We was just yelling. Wasn't nobody gonna break that shit up. We was loving it. Let that motherfucking bitch get her ass beat. And then this dude, this old, I think of him as an old dude, but he is probably like in his mid-20s. This is the scene he walks up on. A bunch of kids around 10 to 12 years old, jumping around in a circle. Fucking punk ass little girl on the bottom and a boy on top punching her in the fucking face. That's the scene he walks in on. Like, he didn't see any of the fucking beginning where the bitch fucking jumped on him with her fucking friend. He didn't see none of that shit. So he grabs Jermaine. He's like, boy, what the fuck you doing? That's a little girl. What the? He's like yelling at him. And then we all jumped in his face, like trying to get in fucking between him and Jermaine. Like, man, that bitch started that shit, man. He's like, man, she started that shit. And we was all yelling and cussing and like, fuck that girl. Then she got up and slunk her ass out while that fucking dude was like yelling at us about how we're all such pieces of shit for standing around cheering on some boy beating up a girl. And you know why he was so fucking bent out of shape? Because he walked in on a scene. But the reality is he had no fucking idea what he was talking about. Completely in the dark. And if I hadn't fallen for that bullshit fucking brainwash, I would not have lost my best friend. Because I was all happy and congratulating Jermaine. Like, yeah, man, you beat that bitch's ass, yeah, you kicked her ass. And he looked at me like, man, get the fuck away from me. And just walked off out of the park and shit. And just left me. And that was the last time we talked. I think he moved away the next year I came. Wasn't even there. And that whole rest of that summer, we didn't even talk. And I felt like a piece of shit, but I also felt like, you know what? There was nothing I could do. It's a girl. I can't fucking jump in a fight on a girl. Like, that's the fucking thing. So I wasn't finna apologize or feel bad or anything. It was like, hey, you won the fight. You handled your business. Why are you mad at me? But you know why he was mad at me? Because I bet you, I guarantee, if I was getting jumped on by anybody, including two girls, he would have jumped in it without a fucking thought. Of course he would. And I should have. I fell for the stupidest fucking brainwash, and it cost me one of the best fucking friends I ever had. I fell for a stupid brainwash, and it cost me one of the best friends that I ever had. So don't you fucking ever tell me don't hit girls. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. My grandma was a badass motherfucker, and she didn't need no dudes protecting her with some stupid fucking rule about how you don't hit girls. You know how she handled her shit? She fucking body slammed dudes that thought they could hit girls. That's how you stop motherfuckers from hitting girls. But just having some automatic blanket rule that says don't hit girls to the point where my dumb fucking brainwashed ass sits there and lets somebody beat the shit out of my fucking best friend because she was a girl. I cannot tell you how many times I have fucking dreamed and just wished that I have fucking cold cocked one of them bitches. Soon as they fucking started hitting my friend, like I would do against anybody else, and including at that time if it would have been some dudes, I'd have fucking jumped in that shit right away. But because it was some girls, and I had been brainwashed, totally conditioned to no matter what, don't hit girls, I let my friend get his fucking ass beat. Until he turned it around. And he looked at me with the kind of disdain that, goddamn it, only somebody that fucking stands by and watches somebody get their ass whooped deserves. I fucking deserve that look. I fucking wish I'd have drop kicked that bitch on her fucking neck. I wish I'd have took both of them bitches' heads and smashed them up together. I fucking can't stand the fact that I fucking let that shit happen. To this day, you can see the way I'm talking about it. I was fucking 12 years old. Maybe 11. I don't know how fucking old I was. I was old enough to be on the swings. That's how young I was. Don't you ever run around talking about don't hit girls. Don't take advantage of weaker people. Ever. Don't be in a relationship where you're bullying and hitting somebody that's weaker than you. Or you don't be in a relationship where you want to hit or touch or fight with somebody anyway, period. But don't be hitting people, hitting your girls or whatever in a relationship. You should never fucking hit your chick. You should bounce. If you're in a fucking relationship where you want to hit a chick, where you want to hit your girl, you should bounce on that bitch before you fucking hit her. And if she hitting you, you should bounce. You should never be in a relationship where motherfuckers is hitting each other. That is not a good relationship, and it never will be. But man, don't you ever fucking ever fall for that fucking goddamn brainwash that you should never ever hit a girl, period. That is fucking stupid. Those girls were kicking the shit out of my friend for a good 10 seconds. And I sat there watching like a dumb fuck, with my fucking mouth open, all shocked. I can't believe this is happening. Maybe I should do something. And I didn't. I just fucking stood there. So, if you're protecting yourself, I don't care if it's a girl, I don't care if it's a small dude, you fucking make sure that you handle your goddamn business. You don't need to go any harder than you ever need to. Like, you don't need to try to fucking like fuck somebody up that's smaller than you. But that goes for men too. Like, you shouldn't, if you wouldn't hit a girl, you also shouldn't hit somebody that's smaller than you. And that's fucking stupid. That's like saying some little 5 foot tall dude walks up and punches me in my fucking face. I should just let it ride because the motherfucker's smaller. The motherfucker's weaker. I might hurt him if I actually hit him hard. No. Motherfucker shouldn't hit me first. And that's the same with the opposite sex. Opposite sex should not be running up hitting on people if they don't want to get hit back. So don't tell me you should never hit a girl. Unless that girl has never hit a guy. Because anybody that hits anybody else deserves to get hit the fuck back. And if you want these fucking girls running around taking advantage of this stupid ass fucking bullshit that a lot of these fucking dudes in America and everywhere think that we should never hit a girl no matter what, you an asshole. And when you come up across some dude that doesn't fall for that shit, you should take that motherfucking ass whooping instead of calling the fucking police. Because there is nobody on this planet that should be able to walk up and hit somebody and just get away with it. I don't give a fuck if you're a girl. I don't give a fuck if you're a little dude. You don't put your hands on people. Nobody should put their hands on you. But if you hit somebody, I don't give a fuck if you got titties. If you fucking hit somebody, you deserve to get hit back. And don't even get me started on this believe women bullshit. Because yes, there are some motherfuckers that have gone through hell. No doubt about it. But there's some motherfuckers that lie. You know it. I know it. The 13th. But this conversation was still done on the 12th. Most of it. So I'm putting it on the 12th. So a quick add-on that last story. I seen that chick, that tall chick, and she was tall for when we were kids, I guess. I had seen her 2 more times in my life after that fight with Jermaine. Like, the last time I had seen her was probably, I think I was either 18 or 19. That was by the time I was selling drugs. And bitch tried, I remember she like came over trying to motherfucking like flirt with me and shit. Like walked up on me and shit. Me and all my friends acting like she ain't never seen me before. Which I think is a lot of motherfuckers that would see me and it would be the same thing with me, where I know I seen the motherfucker before, but I couldn't remember who it was. You know what I'm saying? That shit would happen a lot in Chicago. Especially because I went to school in that neighborhood for the first, like, what was it, preschool and kindergarten and part of first grade. So I knew a lot of them kids. I was actually friends with a lot of them kids. But I wouldn't, like, remember them, and they wouldn't remember me other than we know we seen each other before. It'd be that type of shit. I get into fights over that shit sometimes. I got jumped on a couple times for motherfuckers I think that just was like, man, where I seen this motherfucker before? Just automatically assuming that we had beef. But yeah, I saw that chick twice. She came up and was trying to holler at me, telling me, man, who this is? Walking up on me and shit. Motherfucking acting like she didn't know me, and maybe she didn't. Trying to holler at me. But I recognized that bitch right away. I knew exactly who the fuck she was. And I know I was rude this time. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I was very like, I'm sure something like, get the fuck out of my motherfucking face. I'd never been attracted to that bitch. Like, she was just fucking ugly to me on the outside and the inside. It's like, bitch, don't fucking touch me. Get the fuck away from me. I know I said some rude shit and the bitch bounced. And that was like the last time I seen her. And I seen her one other time. That was like a couple weeks after that fight with Jermaine. Me and my little cousin, I think I was with TJ this time. We was walking by that park, and that bitch, the tall one, was beating the shit out of the shorts fat girl. She beating the shit out of that fucking chick. The chick was sitting on a fucking, she had her by her hair. This was holding her by her hair. She had her sitting on a bench. She had one leg up on the bench, and like she's doing the Captain Morgan squat kind of thing. And she had the bitch by her hair, and with the other hand, she was punching that bitch. Basically, anytime she felt like it, she's like, bitch, blah, blah, blah. Stop for a couple seconds and start hitting that bitch again. Man, there was a bunch of kids sitting around it watching, and nobody was breaking that shit up. Like, me and my cousin, we stopped and watched for a couple seconds. We probably watched for maybe fucking half a minute. And it was just the same fucking brutal shit. Bitch just punching her. Punch, punch, punch. When she fucking felt like it. That little short would just sit there taking it. Crying and shit. And we just, nothing to see here. Kept walking. So, that was that bitch that I let beat up my motherfucker. Not beat up. She got what she deserved in the end. But she got what she deserved in the end. But she got some real good shots in. Before she got that shit. Damn, that shit's obnoxious. There's some like really interesting looking like UFO shit on here. Like most of this shit is lights, but some of this shit is like quite interesting. But some of these shits are so fucking obviously fake too. It's like, come on, man. Even some of these fake ones are like really cool looking. I mean, I don't know if they fake. I'm sure motherfuckers think I'm full of shit when I'm talking about the shit that I seen. But I know what the fuck I seen. And I gotta assume some of these motherfuckers that put these shits out here, you know, they know what they seen. So this ain't even UFOs. This is just crazy shit. It's like some weird ass reptile baby. Human, some weird ass. What the fuck is that? My God. Okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at right now. Anyway, I was talking about chicks and bitches that ain't shit. So, what the fuck? This is pictures of 9/11. Damn, I got motherfucking 9/11 recorded on this shit. Fucking airplane flying into the shit. Huh. Okay, so now we're back to the UFO. That shit look crazy as fuck, whatever that is, but there's no way that's, I don't know. That's, I don't know. That shit is crazy as fuck. If that shit, I don't know. What I saw was fast as fuck. So, I don't know. Some of this shit is crazy though. On this fucking UFO video. Some of it I'm watching on fast forward, but some of this shit I'm watching for real because it's fucking interesting. Damn, that's it? So this motherfucker's over. Huh. Alright. Okay, so I'm talking about bitches ain't shit. I've been attacked by one chick in my life. Bitches ain't shit. It was This is a little short white girl, a little tiny little motherfucker. She's a fucking savage though. She it was a Tyson fight. It was I think it was the first time Evander Holyfield and Mike Tyson fought. I think that was it. God damn it. I'm finna throw this other UFO shit in. Okay, so that motherfucker actually, I thought it was like, 5-6 hours long, but actually it was only about an hour and a half. Well, yeah, it was about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. And then I just fast forwarded through the first hour because it's just a bunch of blurry UFO shit, but there's actually some weird shit on this motherfucker. So, my kids, if y'all look at this shit and y'all get a hold of them DVDs, you might want to look at that motherfucker because there's some weird shit on that one. I'm not saying any of that shit is real. Matter of fact, I know some of that shit is fake as fuck. But some of this shit definitely look interesting. That's all I'm saying. Fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah, getting attacked by that chick. We was watching that Tyson fight. It was the first one with Evander Holyfield where he was getting headbutted a lot. Evander Holyfield was throwing his head around. He was headbutting the shit out of Mike. This is setting. It's we at this chick's house. It's me, Dre, and my brother Dre, and Mike, my homie. So as we watching the fight, we getting all amped up watching the shit. It's me, Dre, and Mike. The girl that Mike was fucking with is the little black hair, short white chick. And she's got a couple friends, soft ass skinny white dude. And I think some chick that maybe was with him. So we're all fucking drinking tequila, except this was at a point where I didn't drink that much. So I might have had a drink or a shot or something, but I wasn't drinking. Everybody else was kind of drinking and having fun. And I think these motherfuckers was doing coke. I don't fuck with no hard drugs. Hardest shit I ever fucked with was mushrooms. So mushrooms and alcohol. So I wasn't fucking with none of that shit, but I think they was. And I think we were smoking weed. So that's the scene. We're all amped up watching the fight. Mike getting headbutted all over the place. Evander Holyfield fucking wins. I think the white people, they was all happy that Evander Holyfield won. And I think we was salty as fuck that Mike Tyson lost. So the fight's over and we're all kind of hanging out. I think me and Dre wanted to leave and Mike wanted to hang out, with his chick for a while longer. And Mike used to always have these bitches that just be hella disrespectful. And all up in his face, yelling at him and nagging and shit all the time. Probably because he was always cheating on him. But these chicks were constantly nagging this dude. So the fight's over. Everybody's kind of drunk and high. And we're ready to go. And Mike's it's the living room. We're in the living room. And over here's the kitchen. Then there's a hallway that leads to the door. And then there's another room that you go to in the back. That's the bedroom. So Mike and this chick, me and Dre are still in the living room sitting there watching TV, the post-fight or whatever. Mike and his chick are fucking arguing in the kitchen. I don't know what the fuck they arguing about, but they arguing about some shit. And I guess it was probably about she wanted him to stay, some shit like that. And he was like trying to get her to, or trying to tell her that he'd be back or some shit. And he's, yeah, man, cause it's a stupid ass fucking dumbass young fucking relationship argument. Stupid shit. And they take it to the bedroom. And they still arguing. You can hear these motherfuckers arguing. I'm looking at my brother like, man, what the fuck? Like, I'm ready to go. I ain't trying to be drinking no fucking tequila. I ain't trying to be hanging out with a bunch of motherfuckers on coke. Like, I think that was another reason why they was arguing, because they was fucking coked up. But, so, this fucking, so finally I'm like, fuck this shit. I look at my brother, I'm like, man, I'm ready to fucking go. So I walk back to their bedroom and shit, and they arguing up in each other's faces, and I just insert myself right in the middle of them. And I kind of like get in the middle of the chick, like kind of like with my hand, like, you know how motherfuckers used to do in the 90s, motherfuckers be like, talk to the hand, bitch. Like, it was kind of like one of them type situations. Like, I walk into the middle of this argument. They're arguing. And I don't know if I actually put my hand in her face or if I just like really dismissively got in the middle of them and started talking to Mike right in the middle of their conversation. I totally inserted myself in that shit. I'm not claiming super innocence, but I was pretty innocent in this shit. So I insert myself. They in their bedroom arguing. Her two white friends are in there with her. They're standing by the bed, and there's like a mirror, bed, and there's like a little section to walk past the bed to get to the mirror. And there's a little area right here of the room where they're arguing. And that's basically the room. Then there's a closet. So, like I say, I insert myself into their fucking argument. I just push my way into the middle of them. And I go, hey man, fuck this bitch. Quit fucking arguing and let's fucking bounce. Like, I said something just like that. I know I said, fuck this bitch. Like, I called her a bitch. There's no doubt about it. And then, as I'm like, man, fuck this bitch, I'm like, well, fucking, let's bounce, man. And I feel these, like, claws and fucking, like, hits, like, coming on my back and my neck and shit. Like, it's a little short bitch. She's like trying to fucking get at me for calling her. She's like, who you calling a bitch? She just flipped the fuck out when I called her a bitch. Like, I didn't even think about it. That's just the way I talk. But like, I wasn't being extra disrespectful to her. That's just the way I talk. But she was like not having that shit at all. She fucking started, trying to hit me and scratch me and shit. So I quickly turned on her. I mean, I'm much bigger, much stronger than this chick. So I turned on her and I fucking put my hand on her forehead as she's like trying to fucking hit me and shit. And I just push her back. And she, goes all the way back almost to the mirror. And, I'm thinking that's it. I'm like, bitch, you a lucky motherfucker. I'll knock you the fuck out. Because I'm like, I'm still the type motherfucker that will not hit a girl. You know what I'm saying? Unless I'm pushed to that limit. I have had a girl that kept hitting me all the time, and I fucking hit her back eventually. And I've even gotten into a fucking fight with the girl that I was in a relationship with, and I felt terrible about that shit. It really was just stupid motherfuckers off balance fighting, and the shit got out of hand. And it fucking never happened again. So it was like something that just fucking happened and it got over it. But never would I just fucking run up and start hitting a bitch and shit. I've seen dudes that would like actually beat the shit out of their girls. And I ain't never done nothing like that. I mean, I seen a dude literally walk up and start punching this girl. I would never do nothing like that. But I did get into a fucking tussle with one of my girls that I was in a relationship with. And while it was off balance and wet and craziness going on, a motherfucker got hit. And that's just reality. She got hit. Because I hit her. But it was a tussle. And in a tussle, motherfuckers get hit. It never happened again. So you just chalk that shit up. But as far as this chick, I'm like, bitch, is you fucking crazy? Don't fucking ever fucking rush up on me. So of course I called her a bitch again. Then she fucking bum rushed me like a goddamn bull. Just swinging and it was pathetic. She's this tiny little shit coming at me, all coked up. And once again, I stopped her before she could get very close with her forehead and just pushed her back. I was like, bitch, I ain't playing. Motherfucker step at me like that shit again. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think I was purposely calling her a bitch. I think it's just the way I talk. But I'm sure I kept calling her a bitch. And every time I call her a bitch, her fucking eyes would flare and she would fucking bum rush me. And the third time, she came at me, swinging. And then she fucking tried to knee me in the balls. She got very close. I am very fast. Like, I'm not gonna say I am, but I was very fast. Like in a fight, my reaction time, I did well. I handled myself well. I did not win them all by any fucking way, shape, form. But I won way more than I lost. I could fight. I'm quick. So as this chick is bum rushing me with her hands and shit, I noticed her knee coming up and I fucking caught it with my knees. So I catch her fucking knee. And I realized this chick was about to fucking knee me nicely. And if she would have, I would have been hurt. So this time, instead of just pushing her forehead, I grabbed that bitch by her whole fucking face and just mushed her all the fuck way back, and she flew all the way back to the mirror. She didn't like smash or break the mirror, but I pushed her hard enough that she understood she needed to stay the fuck back and stay the fuck off of me. And I had blood on my motherfucking hand from her disgusting bloody nose, which did not come from me hitting her. It came from me touching her face and her being all amped up and getting a bloody nose from doing all that fucking cocaine. So at that point, after I pushed her the third time, like, her friends are freaking out, screaming at us to leave. And motherfucker, that's why I came here, because I want us to fucking leave. So finally Mike is like, all right, man, let's go. He finally gets in the fucking middle of us and stops the bitch from bum rushing me a fourth time. And then I think they fucking called the police on us and shit. Like, as we was leaving, the fucking police came up and motherfucking like drove past us and shit. Like, bitch ass bitch fucking attacked me. And then they call the police on us, knowing that the police show up, some bitch sitting there fucking bleeding from her fucking nose, a bunch of scary looking black dudes standing around, and we is all gonna go to jail. So we bounce. Fuck these motherfuckers, man. Seriously. That bitch is lucky that I fucking grew up with that fucking thought of not hitting girls. Cause she attacked me 3 times. And yes, I called her a bitch, but hey, she lucky she didn't get knocked the fuck out. That's all I'm saying. Don't believe women or hashtag believe women. That bitch called the fucking police after she started some shit. And I'm sure she didn't say, well, he just called me a name and I flipped the fuck out and attacked him. That's why I called y'all. That bitch called the police. Cause she wanted motherfuckers bring the drama to my ass for having the audacity to call her a bitch. And she fucking attacked me. But I had to bounce because I know how these fucking pigs think. Another reason why I don't fuck with that believe women bullshit is because, not because of that shit, because like I said, I fucking intimate, or maybe I've actually said, and most motherfuckers know, I had a warrant. A real warrant. Well, this is how it fucking happened. When I said, you know what I'm saying, it has to be just by the numbers, some chick that I fucking worked with, that I hooked up with, we were on the same level, so it wasn't no big deal. Yeah, my first job, it was this chick. And I ain't gonna say her name, but we worked together and we started messing around. And to make a super long story short, or at least shorter, she ended up getting pregnant. This is when I was 19. She was 17. She was like one of them little, what you call, them little wannabe gangbanging bitches. She was white. She's like one of them bloods. She's like a wannabe blood. Always dressing in red. Always talking that silly ass dumb shit because she white as fuck. But she would try to talk like a black gangster motherfucker. So it would sound stupid as shit. But she was like a bad girl type of motherfucker. And that was the type of chicks that I liked, obviously, back then. Because I fucked around with enough of them. And clearly that was the type of motherfucker that I liked. But we wasn't in no like real relationship. We was just messing around. So she is pregnant. And she tells me straight out that she's fucking around with other dudes. So she tells me she's pregnant, but she lets me know that it might not be mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we got to an argument and shit. And she was like, the kid could be white, it could be black, it could be Polynesian or Mexican. It was like, we got into one of them type of arguments. Like, she said that shit to me. I don't know if she was being real or she was just being an asshole because we was in a fight. But it was one of them type of arguments. So, man, I fucking hated this chick. Like, it was such a stupid relationship, man. Like, when I was talking back on fucking on Valentine's Day about how lust gets mistaken the most as the reason to jump into a relationship because you think you in love. That shit was pure lust. No respect, no loyalty, no trust, nothing. Didn't like that bitch. I swear to God, it was times where I would go over there, hang out with her, not say a word. We do our thing and then just bounce. Like, she didn't like me neither. We fucking did not like each other. It was just a lust thing. But after she got pregnant, even that was gone. So we just stopped talking while she was pregnant. Because she told me straight up, this might not be your kid. So after she has the kid, she calls me up. She leaves a message on my phone, because I never answer my phone. I think this was before Star 69. It was like, motherfucker call, I let it go to message. I let it leave a message on the answer machine. And if it was for me, then I either pick up while the motherfucker talking, or I just call him back. So she calls and leaves a message talking about she had the kid and she wants me to come over and come check her out. And she thinks that she's mine. So I call her right back and I'm like, hey, I gotta work. I was working at Blockbuster, I think, at this time. I was like, I gotta work, but I'll come over when I'm done, when my shift's over. So, go to work. Normal crazy ass fucking day at Blockbuster. Getting high and doing drugs. So, like mushrooms or acid or something. Like, we were crazy at Blockbuster. So I'm sure I was like on another level as I get to her crib, because working at Blockbuster is like going to the club. Like, we would get fucked up while we was at work and just watch movies. You know what I'm saying? That's a fun fucking job. Man, that shit was fun. But anyway, get off work and I go straight to her house. And as I get to the house, I knock or ring the bell, whatever. Her grandma comes to the door, because that's who she lived with. She lived in the basement. Her grandma lived upstairs. Like, I would just sneak in her room and shit. I could do whatever the fuck I wanted anytime, because her grandma was clueless. So I'm sure I wasn't the only motherfucker sneaking in there, clearly. So grandma opens the door and she's walking up the stairs. She sees me, and like, I had never seen this girl like this. Like, she's wearing like a t-shirt and probably like some stretch pants, and I think she had her hair pulled back, no makeup on, and she looked like she had gained weight. You know what I'm saying? I hadn't seen her in probably about 6 months. And first thing she does is like start like crying, and she walks up and fucking just gives me a hug. Weird as shit, because we weren't that type of people. We weren't the type of people that walk up and fucking give each other hugs and shit. Like, it was weird. But she came up and gave me a really long fucking tight hug, and she was like crying. Like, I don't know if she just felt like happy to see somebody, or if she was just really happy to see me. Like, I told her I was coming over, and I actually came. And I actually came to the door. But she, like I said, she gives me a hug, and she's like crying and shit. And like I said, I had never seen her like this before. I had always seen her dressed up as a little fucking, blood. As a little wannabe blood, dressed up either in some like, them big ass plaid shirts that motherfuckers wear, all red plaid with like red shorts and, that type of shit. Or just like decked out in like a red dress or a black dress or something like that. But I had never seen her like like a motherfucker that just had a baby a couple days ago. You know what I'm saying? So we walk downstairs, and Her room's on the left, so we go into her room, and the baby's right there. And she's like, here. She like picks the baby up, and she like hands the baby to me, and she's like, here, meet your daughter, Antonika. Man, I thought that name number one was fucking horrible. Like, I was like, how the fuck you gonna name some kid Antonika? So anyway, she hands me this kid, and like, I had seen my nephew born not too long ago, and I didn't see him born, but I saw him seconds after he came out. And I'm not even gonna try to describe it right now, but what I saw when my nephew came out was fucking amazing. It was like an amalgamation, just like of all my ancestors' faces just going in and out and just shifting in his face. Like, I saw all my ancestors in his face when he was born. Just a couple movements. Like, he stared at me when I walked into the room just seconds after he was born, and they was cleaning him off, and he looks right at me and he starts crying and shit. And I'm telling you, the different movements in his faces. I saw my grandma, I saw my mom, I saw Vicky, I saw Dre, I saw everybody in my fucking family, and motherfuckers that I knew I had never seen before, all of them shifting in his face. It's fucking amazing. When I held Antonika, I looked at her, and I didn't see none of that. Now, she was already 4 days old, so all the face and all that shifting and shit was probably gone anyway. But when I looked at her, and I looked hard, I didn't see nobody in my family. And I searched. I was like, I'm looking all at this baby's face, and I'm just not seeing it. I'm not seeing my aunts. I'm not seeing my brother. I'm not seeing my sister. I'm not seeing nobody that looks like this baby. This is pretty much a masterclass on what not to do. Like, when I say don't believe women, I'm not trying to say that shit like I'm saying I'm just this innocent motherfucker that is perfect. Like, really, I don't like telling either of these fucking stories, because they definitely don't make me look good. But like I said, I'm fucking still a little tipsy from the work. And I'm looking at this kid, and I'm also like I didn't realize it then, but I realize it now. The lust, the attraction that I had for this shit was gone. Like, it was gone. Like, I had nothing for this shit. You know what I'm saying? Without the lust, it was gone. So I think she could have probably even saw that in my eyes too. But I think everything, just the amount that I did not like her personally, and the fact that I was no longer attracted to her, and the fact that she called me over here fucking geeking me up, making me think that this is gonna be my first kid, and the fact that I just could not see nothing in this kid's face that resembled me or anybody of mine. I just fucking lit into this chick. I mean, I fucking lit into this chick. Y'all motherfuckers hear the way I talk. And I talk a lot of shit. But I ain't never lit into anybody the way I fucking lit into this chick. I verbally assaulted her. Definitely. I verbally beat the shit out of her with words. I mean, I took her down in every way, from her looks to how ugly her little baby was, to every fucked up thing that you could say that would hurt a girl that just had a fucking 17 or 18-year-old girl that just had a baby. Anything that you could think to say, I said it, and I said it in the meanest fucking way possible. And I was up in her face telling her how she wasn't shit. Because those were the type of arguments that we always had. Like, we would fight and we'd be in touch. We never touched each other. She never hit me, I never hit her. But we would get up in each other's face and yell at each other and tell each other how we wasn't, each of us wasn't shit. And I lit into her with every fucking cuss word and every fucking bad feeling and bad wish that I could ever fucking pile upon her and her newborn baby. I mean, if there was an award for piece of shit of the year, I would have been in the running for the things that I said to this chick. I said some fucking terrible things, not only about her and her looks, but about her kid and her kid's looks. Like, I was tearing this baby apart. It's insane to fucking actually say it. Like, if she had an older brother or a uncle or somebody older and tough and maybe could have jumped on my ass, I would have deserved that. I would have deserved getting my ass whooped for the shit that I was saying to this girl by one of her relatives. If motherfucker would have heard me going in on her like that, I could see myself hearing somebody say some shit like that to one of my loved ones, and I would flip the fuck out and hurt her. Like, I would have deserved it if somebody would have jumped on my ass for the shit I was saying. I said some fucked up, terrible shit. I'd say that shit went on for a good 5 to 10 minutes where, you know, I just tore her down. She was crying. I fucking made her feel like shit. I made it very clear that I did not think that was my motherfucking kid. And she don't need to be fucking wasting my motherfucking time like this no more. I was just really fucking mean and rude. I was a fucking dick. World class piece of shit. So yeah, that shit lasted about 5-10 minutes, where I think I even at some point fucking sat down with the kid. Like, the whole time I think I was just trying to see if I saw anything, and I didn't. So I left. And this was, remember I said I was on probation. Well, fucking for that dry bong sitting in my fucking glove compartment for months. Fucking totally forgot about the motherfucker. I was on probation for that shit. And it was almost over. So I think this was probably a couple weeks had gone by, and I'm going in to my probation to check up. I think this was my last time checking in with my probation officer. Like, I was about to be off. I think I had to take one more drug test, and if I passed it, I was gonna be off. And I had quit smoking because it wasn't no big deal. So I fucking take the drug test. I'm watching it go through the shit, just hoping that it was gonna be clear, and I passed it. And then as I'm leaving, the probation officer, the guy's telling me that I'm off now. I just need to, keep my nose clean and don't get any more trouble and shit like that. Like, I don't know if it was a fax or somebody brought a paper into him. Something happened where I'm about to leave after passing this drug test and knowing that I'm off probation now. And he goes, hey, this paper just came in. He's reading it to himself. And then he tells me, he says, hey, this shit just came across my desk or something like that. It says that you assaulted your girlfriend. You pulled a gun on her. And I was like, what? He's like, this paper says that there's a complaint against you. And it says that you assaulted your girlfriend and her kid, threatened her with a gun. Threatened them both with a gun. So now I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, I'm starting to freak the fuck out because I knew I hurt her feelings, but I had no idea that she was good. This bitch was a fucking gangster bitch. I had no fucking clue that she would go that fucking like there. Now, I knew I hurt the bitch feelings, but I had no idea that she was gonna go there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was fucking shocked. And we had talked a couple times since then. And none of this shit was mentioned. It was basically us talking about, okay, you don't fucking believe that she's your kid, then we need to go get a fucking a blood test. So we had very good, like normal, not hate you type of motherfucking conversations. And she, or not her, but her aunt and her and the baby were the ones that took me to my probation, that last probation meeting. Talk about a fucking awkward ride home. It's like, I get out there, he gave me either a copy or the paper that he had with the complaint on it. And I'm reading the shit as I'm walking back out to the car to get in the car with this bitch. So I get in there and I'm like, what the fuck? And I fucking show her the goddamn shit. And she's like, you did threaten me. I was like, bitch, ain't nobody fucking threaten you. I was like, you said I fucking threatened you with a gun. And your kid. And we get into this like fucking, it wasn't really an argument, it was a conversation. It was just me fucking basically being hurt that she would do it. And then her kept saying to me, to my face, that I did threaten her. And I'm like, bitch, how the fuck did I threaten you? Basically. And she was like, she said something like I was all up in her face or some shit like that. And my mind was just fucking blown because that's how we always fucking communicated. Up in each other's faces yelling. But all of a sudden she has a fucking kid. And I guess through the 6 months she had fucking decided to quit gangbanging and turn to fucking Mother Teresa or some shit. Like, that's the fucking role she was playing while her aunt is in the front seat driving. Basically saying, yes, you did threaten me. And I'm like, bitch, how the fuck did I threaten you? Basically, that was the fucking conversation going back and forth. So, as that shit happens, so obviously we stop hanging out, stop talking and shit. And my probation officer, the shit that she described on the fucking assault was that I pulled out my gun and fucking was like, bitch, I ought to fucking, kill your ass or some shit like that. Can't remember exactly what it said, but it was something like that. And I fucking like threatened to shoot the kid or something. stupid shit like that. And also, I think this is what actually got me off, honestly, was she said that I used the kid's head. Like, when I had the kid sitting on me on the bed, like cause I did sit down with the kid. I had her in my fucking arms looking at her and shit. She said that I put the kid down and I used the kid's forehead as like a weed table to roll a fucking joint. That's fucking impossible. So, like, she said that shit in the complaint. So nobody fucking believed it, at least that part. So I think that part being in there was my fucking probation officer was like, this is ridiculous. There's no way I'm gonna keep you on probation for this shit. And he lets me off still, even though I had this fucking real felony complaint. Like, he didn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Some of the shit was just so fucking outrageous that nobody would believe it. It's hard to believe that they actually brought this shit to a fucking case. But a white girl, a black dude. It's very easy to see why they brought it to the case now. But as the fucking shit goes on, we end up having taking a blood test. We end up taking a blood test and shit. And the same day the test results came back was the same day we had a pre-trial. We had a pre-trial hearing to see what was gonna be said, what I was gonna plead, all that shit. So she gets up on the stand, dressed all fucking like a Mormon, like a church, like she's straight out from church and shit. And she proceeds to just go through these obvious motions of pretending how hurt she was. I mean, this is like a fucking, at least months and months later. And she's trying to pull up tears and stuttering about how mean and terrible a person I am and all this. Like, she's just so scared of me. Like that. On the fucking, she got out there and testified like that against my ass. So I know this shit is real. Like, even though we had talked and she was like, she admitted that she was just pissed off and she fucking went too far, and she said that it was her aunt that made her call the police on me because she told her how threatened by me she felt. Maybe she did feel threatened. I don't know. I know I did not communicate with her any different than we had communicated with each other throughout the whole time we had always known each other. I was savagely mean. I said some extremely mean shit, but I didn't touch that bitch. I didn't get up in her face like I was about to hit her or anything. We were up in each other's faces yelling as always. There was no difference in this shit other than there was a kid involved. And she had been pregnant and had all the fucking emotions going through her. And I was fucking cussing her ass out for what was obviously right because the fucking test came back wasn't my kid. Now, I'm not saying I was right to cuss her out and fucking shit on her kid the way I did. But I am saying I was right to know that that wasn't my kid and feel some kind of fucking way about it. So I let that bitch have it. But I did not threaten her. I did not touch her. And I did not fucking pull out my gun. But I did have a gun. And I was on probation. And after I saw that bitch talking all that shit about motherfucking how how scared she was and how terrible a person I was, and she fucking trying to draw up some goddamn tears. I knew that bitch hated me. And I knew the reason that she could even try to fucking drag up some tears was because that very day she realized that she was gonna have to find somebody that was gonna be her baby's daddy. And that other person was this old ass dude. I mean, I say old now, but she was 17, I'm 19, and apparently the only other black dude that she had been fucking around with was like 35. Bitch up there crying and shit like she all innocent. I mean, the 35-year-old pervert is obviously the fucking pervert in this situation, but that bitch wasn't innocent, is all I'm saying. And she got up there acting innocent as fuck, pretending. So, as we fucking, as the shit goes on, I had a public defender. I did have a gun, but I had no way of explaining that, yes, I had a gun, but I never fucking took it out. I never fucking threatened her. I didn't even know how to explain how she knew I had a gun if I didn't fucking take it out. Because that's what they asked me. How do you know how did she know you had a gun if you didn't take it out? And I'm like, because she knew I carried a gun. Because I did. And she knew that shit. That was one of the things that she fucking liked about me. Used to carry a fucking gun around and shit. And a lot of times, when I be going over her crib, she be having these motherfuckers around and shit. These little gangbanging ass motherfuckers. So, I would be strapped most of the time when I went out. And a lot of times when I went over her place. Because she's a little wannabe gangbanger and I wasn't in that gang. And I wasn't finna be fucking around like that ever again. Walking around some other gang and not being strapped. So that's why I had my gun. I carried my gun everywhere, especially around little fucking wannabe gangster bitch that have these other motherfuckers around all the time. So I had a gun, but I was on probation. And I could not explain to these motherfuckers, yes, I had a gun. I just had to say, no, I did not have a gun. That bitch lying. So it was just a bad situation because she was lying, but she was right about the fact that I did have a gun. I had no way of defending myself. There was no way to defend against that shit. She get up there motherfucker crying and talking about I had a gun, and then I have to get up there and lie and say, no, I didn't have a gun, because if I admit that I did have a gun, even if I didn't threaten her, that's still gonna be 5 years because I'm on probation. So I was like, fuck that shit. I'm out. So I had a warrant this fucking whole time for probably like 10 years. I have a fucking warrant. I haven't seen this chick, and I didn't fucking want to talk to her. You know, I was fucking disgusted by that bitch. I'd actually seen the dude that she was with at the time that she was fucking accusing me of that shit. And one time he walked up to me. He was at court when she was pulling that bullshit on the stand, trying to fucking draw off them tears. He was at court with her. A little short dude. And I was selling weed or whatever, around some mall or some shit or somewhere. I was meeting other kids or whatever I was doing. And I remember that kid walked up to me and I didn't recognize him, but he came up to me and he pounded me up and he's like, man, hey, and he said who he was and shit. And then I was like, oh yeah. And he's like, I just want to apologize for even being any part of that shit. because he knew it was bullshit. He was trying to stand by his girl. But I don't know if they had broken up or if he just went through the same shit that everybody probably went through that's fucking with that chick. She's a motherfucking savage. But I had ended up what was it? It was it was the time that I got caught smoking in the park. They had so it wasn't one day. I ended up spending like 10 days in jail for that shit, now that I think about it. So as I'm in that park and they caught me for smoking weed in that park, they pulled up that warrant from when she had accused me of threatening her ass. So they kept me in jail for that shit for like 10 days. And while they were trying to find her and get her to fucking testify against me and all that shit, they found her. She said she didn't want nothing to do with that shit anymore. So they fucking dropped the case. So I was like, hey, that's fucking cool that she dropped the fuck case. And I still knew like one of her friends. And I gave one of her friends my number and told her if she wants, she could fucking call me. And she fucking hits me up and shit. So we talked. Then we even like we hung out. And we were talking about what happened, like just fucking laughing about the good old days. We were talking about everything that we used to get into, including the fucking shit that happened. And she was like laughing about the shit, like fucking bragging about how pissed off she was and how much she wanted to fucking get me back. Because I was fucking vicious. I was a vicious motherfucker and I said some horrible shit, but I didn't threaten her and she knew it and she was laughing about it. And then she apologized for it. And then she told me how she knew I had a gun. She fucking told me this shit, laughing, bragging. It was when she walked up and gave me a hug. When I first knocked on the fucking door and her grandma came and answered, she fucking walked up and gave me this really fucking encompassing hug, and my gun was on my hip and she felt it. And I remember she looked at me in this weird ass way, but it was just everything about her was so weird and different that I hadn't really noticed the look. But she gave me the hug and she looked up at me in just like weird kind of way. Like I wasn't finna kiss her. Maybe that's what I thought was. She was like gonna kiss me or something. But she didn't. It was like she was looking at me like she felt my gun and she felt some kind of way about it, but she didn't say nothing. So I had really hurt her feelings, basically, is what she told me. Like, I fucking told her she was mature enough. We were both mature enough at this time to look back on this shit and kind of laugh. You know what I'm saying? It's well more than 10 years after. Actually, it's probably closer to 15. But we were fucking talking about this shit and she was laughing as she described how she fucking told her aunt what a dickhead I was and what a fucking piece of shit I was and how I had a gun. And then it was her aunt that told her that basically me just having a gun was a threat and that she should call the cops on me. And then she reluctantly agreed because she hated me so much for all the fucked up shit I said and just how absolutely fucking mean I was. And I was. And I remember I apologized to her for being so fucking mean because she deserved an apology for the shit that I said. And she apologized to me for fucking up my life for like 10 or 12 years, man. I had to fucking live like I got a warrant. Couldn't go out and have the normal type of fun that I would have. I couldn't talk the normal type of shit. I had to let motherfuckers get away with shit where normally it got a fucking smack. I had to live my life completely fucking different because I had a fucking warrant. And I felt some kind of way about it, but in the end, it's a fucking lesson learned. Don't fucking shit on people. Like, no matter how hurt your fucking feelings are, because that's really what it was. I was hurt that, you know, I had my hopes up that this was going to be my first kid. You know, and I was hurt, so I wanted to hurt her. So I said some really, really mean shit. She was hurt because she knew that she wanted me to be her baby daddy. Not because I'm some great guy. She knew who I was, where I was, and we were the same age. The other guy is some old ass fucking molester that didn't want nothing to do with her. Obviously, because he'd probably go to jail. So she was going through all kinds of emotional shit, on top of having a shitty aunt that talked her into that shit. So she went and got some payback. The only way she could. She didn't have an older brother that could jump on me. She didn't have a fucking older uncle that could jump on me, which is what we discussed. Because I said I would have deserved it. So she fucking called the police because her aunt told her to. And her aunt told her to say that I fucking threatened her. And that snatched a good at least 12 years of my life of me just living normal to having to live like a fucking asshole who's got a fucking warrant. You do not have to always believe all women. There are some serious cases out there that we should believe people, but we should only believe people after viewing the evidence, and the evidence says that we should believe them. If you review the evidence and the evidence don't make no goddamn sense, then you should fucking not believe that person. You don't believe somebody just because of their gender. Fuck you. And people like that chick laughs at dumbasses like you that say believe women. She's laughing. She's fucking bragging. I mean, I'm still cool with her. I mean, I haven't seen her forever, but I'm still cool with her because I understand why she did it. We had a long fucking talk, and we talked about all that shit. We talked it all out. We got all the fucking hurt feelings out there. Like I had never talked to any of my exes. Like we had a real fucking good talk. And I did feel bad about how I fucking treated her. You know, I treated her like a fucking piece of meat. There was times when I would go over there and I wouldn't say nothing to her because I thought that's how she was. And that's how she liked it. And it was hurting her feelings when I would treat her like that. And I didn't know that shit. She was this wannabe gangster bitch, always trying to act hard and tough. And she would never say nothing about her feelings and shit. That's what I liked about her. But clearly, she was feeling some kind of way about that shit the whole time. But she wasn't my girlfriend. She was out fucking with other dudes. So I didn't have no loyalty to that chick. And honestly, as an adult, when I look back, it's like I said, it's a masterclass on what not to do. I don't feel bad about what I said and what I did. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't do anything other than react as a person that was hurt. And I never threatened her or any of that shit. I did bring a gun, but I never pulled it out. And the reason that she knew I had a gun was nothing that I would have ever figured out on my own. I would have never been able to say, oh, the reason why she knew I had a gun is because she fucking gave me a hug. Like, I would have never fucking knew to say that shit. It just, I mean, it makes perfect sense when it's all fucking said and done. But when the fucking attorneys are asking, okay, you didn't threaten the chick. How did she know you had a gun? I'm sitting there like, man, I'm about to go to jail. I need to get the fuck out of here. I had no explanation for that shit. The bitch got me good. That's all I'm saying. Like, I might have deserved an ass whooping. Or getting jumped on for the shit I was talking. But I did not deserve to fucking go to jail. I did not deserve to have a fucking warrant out for my ass for years. Did not. And the only reason that shit happened because a white girl dressed up like a fucking Mormon chick, all fucking pretending to cry, got on the fucking stand and pointed her fucking finger at my black ass. And there wasn't nothing I could do because y'all motherfuckers is so quick to just blanket believe women. That is a stupid fucking statement. It's a stupid way to live. All these blanket statements are fucking ridiculous. I don't believe all anybody. I don't believe all men. I don't believe all black people. I don't believe all anybody. And I sure as fuck ain't gonna believe all women. I will examine evidence. I will listen to investigators when they've come to conclusions. But the one thing I will never just do is some bitch say something and I just automatically say, oh, I believe that because she said it. Only a stupid fucking asshole walks around like that. You shouldn't believe all men. You shouldn't believe everything a kid says. You shouldn't believe everything anybody says. You shouldn't even believe everything I say without fucking checking it. If I say some shit, you should fucking, you're not sure about it, you should fucking Google it. I got the dates on all these motherfuckers. If you think the shit that I'm saying about Andrew Cuomo is unreasonable, 312-21, look it up. Decide for yourself. Every fucking date, everything that I say on this motherfucker is dated. Now, obviously, you're not going to be able to go back and crawl through my past. But almost everything I say about the news, whether it's my opinion or something that I pull out, is fact. It's all stuff that can be checked on. And you can form your own opinion. You will never hear me say, listen to me, absolutely, always fucking trust 100%. No, I don't even say that for me, because motherfuckers' memories get cloudy, and motherfuckers, goddamn, I have an excellent memory, long-term memory, but my short-term memory ain't shit. So sometimes I do wonder if some of the things that I've seen and lived through are exactly 100% as I perceive them. But a motherfucker only got one perception, and I tell the truth as I see it. Every time, even though sometimes I meander and go along on these long ass fucking stories, I always get to the gist of it, and it's always the truth as I see it. It's never some shit that's gonna try to make me look good. I'm not trying to make myself look good to the next generation. I want the next generation to know me and all my flaws and all my greatness. But I also want the next generation to always question. Fucking why is the most important goddamn word in the fucking human language. Don't just ever go with what anybody says, including me. Do you want to understand the why of what I'm talking about? The who, the what, the where, and you're not getting it from from my words? Look at the date, Google that shit, and Google the keywords that I'm talking about and see what the fuck pops up. Then make your own fucking opinion from that shit. If I had anything to come out of this, what I want to come out of this, what I would like feel good about, I guess, if I could look down from heaven and see the next generation or the next generations, if I got like some great grandkid or something that's out of shape and they fucking get a hold of these things on flash drive, or if somehow YouTube is still around, and they get their ass on a motherfucking treadmill and they hear me talking about movies like fucking Interstellar and Fight Club, and you know, maybe I still got this fucking thing and it's still sitting here, and they can fucking watch all the goddamn DVDs that I'm watching right now and experience this shit while they're walking on a fucking treadmill and get in good shape. That's why I'm doing this. I want somebody in the next generation to see this shit and say, this motherfucker getting on a goddamn treadmill, you know, at least if he ain't like getting in super good shape, he's at least getting his blood pumping. And I'm gonna do that too. And motherfucker watch me talk some shit about Interstellar and be like, okay, I'm gonna watch Interstellar. And motherfucker watch me talk some shit about Fight Club and be like, okay, I'm gonna watch Fight Club. And then they like that shit. And then they make a motherfucking diary just like this for they next generation. And they next generation, and one of them is out of shape, and the motherfucker gets on and does it the same way, and it's just that's what I want. That's why I'm making this. Not to try to make myself look good. Both of those stories, I do not look good at all. But they're real and they're me. It's now March 13th, but I'm putting this shit on March 12th because it started on March 12th. And the UFO shits are over. First UFO one was good. The second one was just another bunch of fucking like blurry lights and shit. Hardly worth the mention. But the one that's marked UFO 1 was good. The one that's marked UFO 3, it's fucking lame. It's just a bunch of blurry lights and very obviously fake shit. So, done with the UFOs. And I'm done for the night. I'm fucking tired. I did a lot of goddamn walking today. And I rode my scooter super far. And I didn't get chased off by a motherfucking skunk. Shit, I think I might go riding tonight. I'm not gonna ride down that path. Not at night. I ain't fucking trying to get sprayed by no skunk. I think I will do some riding around the city. It's not that cold tonight.